see him. Could be my Candace and
We got to get the tall person to do the clock tomorrow. I could probably go over there and do that.
easements, I would think.
It's a suggestion.
Is that what they're here for?
Sign on the big
Yeah.
sign for trouble coming. Yeah.
So the resignation, the work resignation,
Andy,
is it the one that,
that was the one.
and did they send it?
That's a good picture.
Terry, Terry's.
Lifeguard on duty. Is that what she was? Yeah. Where?
Is that the one?
So both. Does she ever go in? Oh, yeah.
So,
This should take care of it.
well, there's two others that
Yeah,
we were just gonna wait for them to
I
kind of
talked to
phase it.
David Sanders, and he says, yeah, I know. I said, well, you know, why don't you resign and become a consultant or something? Yeah, we'll see if I have to, I'll see what I have to do. So he sort of dismissed it as not a big deal.
Tennis
Well, time and it was not get the
Yeah,
same thing.
exactly.
And this one other gal,
And Terry was everything, and this one was,
she
she has, she has a husband with a different last name.
but she's not involved.
She what?
She's not involved. She doesn't. She votes in. I think the current term doesn't come up until we're back.
But she's also IWWC.
Where's the chicken?
Well, I still think that is true. Is the Board of Education present something to you?
No,
Do we,
I just want to hear what you're gonna say.
we're not gonna say all
Did you bring your axe? Your axe.
We have our budget downstairs. We're having our budget packed downstairs.
They are for the assessment. Or some packets for the, what was it?
Yeah, no, but I thought we were getting a printed budget down there, and then he was gonna give us the fix.
I emailed Josh, he actually hasn't gotten back to me. Actually, emailed Josh, he hasn't gotten back to me.
We'll be starting in just a minute.
I thought it was an email. I asked him to. Josh is doing it upstairs, that's why we're waiting.
He's on his way. I hope he's not stuck in the elevator.
That elevator ever get resolved?
From the Saturday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Evening, everybody.
Evening.
We have more materials coming on in after me. We've had a lot of technical difficulties today. If you would like to go ahead and get started, I can pass things out whilst you're speaking.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you all. Today is Monday, March 20th. It's a little after 7 p.m. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Selectmen's meeting. Can I have the call to order?
Candace Bouchard.
Jonathan Moorhart.
Candy Perez.
Tyler Shalashi.
Glenn Albanesius.
Stephen Sedlak.
Linda Grappo.
Jack Bork.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 3, agenda review.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a recommendation. We move the executive session for the possible sale of discussion of possible sale of town land to item number after 15, so that citizen comment and selectmen's comments can come before the executive session.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Linda. All in favor? Unanimous? Can I have an approval of minutes for our regular meeting on Monday, March 6th?
moved.
Thank you, Candy. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Steve. Any discussion? Corrections? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous? Item number 5, citizens' comments. The Board of Selectmen welcomes public comments. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes and may speak once. Please give your name. Who would like to speak? Sir? We ask that you speak into the microphone up here so they can hear you on the broadcast.
Sit down. Okay. My name is Brian Godin. I'm at 352 West Wakefield. I wrote a letter to Mr. Kelly a couple of months ago. My property, where it sits, it's real close to the street. My front yard's like maybe 8 feet, and the property line actually runs through my house about 4 feet. And what I wanted to, there's a wall in the front that's falling over. It's a wood, kind of like 6x6 pieces of wood that are kind of fenced in, holding the flower bed up. And what I want to do is I just want to replace the same wall with rock so that it won't lean into the house. I've got some.
Sorry if I may.
Yeah,
Sorry,
okay.
sir, you are on the agenda tonight.
Oh,
So
I
there's
did-
an
I didn't know.
actual
Oh,
item where
okay.
you'll have an opportunity to come
Oh,
up
I'm sorry,
speak.
okay. I'll come
No
back
problem. I appreciate your
Okay, all
your,
right.
enthusiasm, though.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was on the agenda. I'm sorry, guys. Thanks.
Copies of the agenda for residents.
Who else would like to speak? David?
Yes. This is in regards to handicap issues here at Town Hall. Respectfully, Mr. Mayor, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. But I hope that you and the second selectman, as well as all of the selectmen, take heed to this because it is under state statute that the closest handicap parking spot should be closest to the handicap door and the handicap elevator. And I'm not going to make any more comment more on this. It is not. There used to be 2 handicap parking spaces. Well, there still is one in the back, and there was one on the side of the building here. Under state statute, all public buildings, it should be the closest to the handicap door, access, the elevator. You know, we had a hard time on Saturday, all the people did, and it was thanks to you, Mr. Mayor, that you opened the front door and you had it propped open. So thank you for that. Second, the handicap bathroom. It appears in Town Hall, the woman's and the men's bathroom cannot be accessed by the public at all. In years past, when this place was built and retrofitted, it had always been open to the public. And they made separate handicap bathroom in the rear over here. So I hope that the bathrooms get reopened to the public, not just to town employees, because town employees have to realize who they're working for and why they're working. And number 3, the handicap bathroom. I've never been in the public bathrooms of the upstairs here because they're always locked. Only the staff here that work here have the keys. So none of the public can use their own bathrooms. We have to use the handicap bathroom, and it's so antiquated. Also, if you use it tonight, you can see the water is brown as can be. Not your fault, not the town manager's fault, but I don't know what's going on, but thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, David. Who else would like to speak?
Captain Stefan Kosinski, 105A Standard Avenue. I just wanted to bring your attention to this, which we all saw last meeting. Between the last meeting and present,
certain situations have occurred. One, we had two bank institutions go down. The Credit Suisse over in Switzerland is in deep due. The bond market is in flux and so forth, and we have a situation also where we still have rampant inflation. Population is deserting Connecticut because of its high taxes. Our students and colleges are also deserting the state because they don't want to live here. They go someplace else, Florida, Texas, where the taxes are lower. And we have a situation too. I'm going to the CMA conference next week. That's the Connecticut Marine Association, the largest international conglomerate of a multi-trillion-dollar business, which is shipping all around the world. I'll be attending that to listen to the bigger people than I am. I'm just a little retired old ship's captain, but you know, when you run an 800-900-foot container ship for a while, you get to learn about the world. Anyway, getting back to the discussion I mentioned last meeting, a weeks ago, we discussed the problem of what you call the Selectmen's Contingency Fund, or as I call it, slush fund. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato, whatever you want to call it. That was supposedly, which I fought hard for, it's for EDC, to set up a situation where the money, $50,000, would be utilized to find businesses that would come into the town. And it took
Could you
women.
take the mic to your mouth a little closer?
Sure. So what happened is it turned out to be a one-year wonder. We had the Council of Northwest Governments here. We had a gentleman. He got the money, but it was a one-year wonder. It's like a one-year song wonder with a rock group. You cannot do that. This is marketing. We were supposed to use that money to market this town. Marketing is not a one-year thing. It's 1 year, another year, another year. And what happened, and this is my sight, the way I see it, the time was squandered, the money was squandered. It never got used as it should have been, which is to bring businesses into this town. Now, we had a previous town manager. He brought in, he helped to get Red Barn up and running. We've had a lot of small business, but we, like this is saying, we need something that's gonna bring in some serious tax, base tax. And that's not gonna happen. Not that we got a drive-through town. We've got a lot of small businesses. We're gonna wind up all like something like Kent, where we got all kinds of nice little restaurants all over the place. Well, can you multiply that times 10? Maybe that'll help the town. But right now, I don't see this happening at all in my perspective, and I've been here long enough to understand how this works. Like I was telling the town manager a while back, 29% of the town's tax income comes from the people who live up around the lake, and there's a lot of for sale signs up around that lake right now, a lot. And we got a lot of people that are looking to invest. We don't have, there's very little in the way of industry in the area here to draw younger families or fathers to come and work, or even mothers to come and work in the area here. We just don't have it. It used to be a great industrial little town, used to farm implements and so forth, but that was past, that's years past. Everything's gotta be changed. Now we've got like happened in my hometown of Fall River. They had all the mills were there, and they deserted and went south to where the product was, the cotton. So what did they do? They turned them into outlets. They did pretty damn good. Now they got busloads of people coming in. I don't see busloads of people coming in to see the Tort Museum or the museum over here with all the other little stores at the, what's the other building over here?
Whiting Mill.
Whiting, sorry, thank you, Stephen. And so we're hard pressed now. It's not just us, it's the country itself. inflation's bad, it's gonna get worse. We got banking problems now, and there's gonna be collateral damage. Going to smaller banks out.
Please begin to wrap up your comments.
Yeah.
We're getting close.
So anyway, that's the situation as I see it. I wish it wasn't so and whatnot, but I think you gotta get back to marketing this town.
Who else would like to speak? Seeing no other one wishing to speak this round, moving on to item number 6, Town Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're all waiting for me to speak, I guess. So I'll jump right into a quick report, and then we have the public hearing next. My understanding is that some people were having trouble finding agendas online. It was posted, a server must be down where the agenda is currently listed, but up here, I just want to make sure everybody's aware. We do next have the public hearing on the proposed 2024 budget. We have the finance director's report. We'll go through boards and commissions and correspondence, and then we'll get into the unfinished and new business of the day. Once I'm done with my public hearing, I will go print some agendas for anybody who would like to see them. Getting into my report, on Bachelor School, we will have the goal is to have a draft contract for the Board of Selectmen to review at their next meeting. Related to bonding, yes, markets are in flux right now. When the stock market is in flux, however, it usually means better interest rates for people who are issuing debt. And we are going to be issuing debt this coming Thursday. We have received a double rating upgrade to a AA. That was previously issued by Moody's as an A1 rating in 2019. And so the bonds about to be issued will be at that AA level. This will also help us keep interest rates down. This is a true feat for the town, and I really want to congratulate the Board of Selectmen on leading, steadfastly leading the ship forward, steering the ship forward in a way that's been able to achieve this feat. So more information after the bond sale happens this Thursday. The proposed budget that it will be discussed today, we'll go into more detail about it, but it was published this past Wednesday. It does involve a mill rate decrease, but it also involves an adjustment in the assessed values of different homes around town. So we will talk about how everybody's going to be impacted and what the impact is to the town as well. Beyond that, we are continuing to work with a private company up here in the Northeast region to run a competitive process to select a new electricity supplier. The budget that you see tonight uses a very conservative number, and we believe that we will be able to achieve a supply rate that is a good bit lower than what we've budgeted for. So stay tuned on that as well. Fiber optic internet, I think at this point everybody's had the opportunity to see the trucks going around town. If you haven't been contacted by Frontier at your home yet, I'm sure that you will in the near future, as I know that they're eager to get people turned online. The Board of Assessment Appeals meetings began this month. I want to thank the members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. They are going through a lot this season in particular. They are taking their time. They are asking the right questions. My understanding is that things are going very well. And that they are making sure that everything is fair and forthright. We have completed 7 submissions on Friday. We completed 7 submissions for congressionally directed spending. The requests totaling over $9 million. There is no guarantee of any of these requests being issued. However, the town was awarded over $3 million in congressionally directed spending grants last year. There is a new grant report that contains more information for the Board of Selectmen in your packets so that you can see the detailed itemized list on that. With the departure of Mark Douglas on March 10th, Terry Hall, my assistant, and I have been receiving training on the town's IT systems. We're currently operating as the town's in-house IT gurus. So please do be a little bit patient with us as we learn the ropes there. But overall, aside from a couple hiccups with our copier today, things have been going okay. Regarding personnel, the new Chief of Police, Chris Susi, will begin his term on Monday, April 3rd, 2023. His swearing-in ceremony will be held that day at noon, and members of the Board of Selectmen, of course, are welcome and encouraged to attend. Chief Susi is joining us. He formerly the Deputy Chief of Police in Berlin, Connecticut. He comes with a long credentialed past that includes graduating from the FBI National Academy and having a master's in leadership and he holds a number of different degrees, I should say, from different Connecticut universities. The town's RFP for paramedic offerings here as a region, currently offered to us by Trinity through the Medic 6 paramedic program. The regional contract will expire on June 30th, 2023, and the RFP results came back and have wildly different prices between Trinity and a competitor. So we will be negotiating those prices out and a contract, but some of those prices, as have already been presented, are reflected in the budget that's presented to you. Beyond that, we still have one more union negotiation. I know I've been saying that for a while now, but it's right on the horizon with a new chief coming on board, and we'll have those police union negotiations hopefully wrapped up before the end of the fiscal year. So for upcoming events, we have the town bond sale this coming Thursday, March 23rd. For other regular meetings that the Board of Selectmen will hold during this budget process, you have Monday, April 3rd, 2023, 7 p.m. That's a regular Board of Selectmen meeting right here. You have Monday, April 17th, 7 p.m. right here. And that is the last regular meeting that they will hold before the budget has to go forward to a special town meeting. That does not mean that the Board of Selectmen will not choose to have other special meetings. Please check back on the website. Please check in with the town clerk's office if you are looking for a special town meeting notices that will be posted. And also, Friday, April 7th, 2023, town offices are closed in observance of Good Friday. Any questions? Anyone on the board on that part? And then I'll get into the budget.
Probably make an announcement about the Board of Education budget hearing too.
That's a very good point. The Board of Education will have their budget hearing a week from right now, 7 o'clock, I should say, at Pearson School next week. And I hope that everybody who's here tonight will stay engaged through the process and be at the meeting next week as well. So tonight I will only be speaking. I'll briefly touch on the fact that there will be a meeting next week, as I already did. But I will really be focusing on the town's budget with tonight's presentation.
Moving on to item number 7, public hearing on the proposed 2023-24 budget. Turning the program over to Town Manager Josh Kelly.
So I encourage you, if you have the opportunity, to get onto the town website and see the budget document. If you haven't already, please do so. We've set up, oh, I've got to turn the TV on, huh? We put together a comprehensive 130-page document that outlines, well, gives you an outline of what's in the budget. And on top of that, it also gives you some great details on what's changing in the budget. I'm going to try and give you a relatively high-level overview right now. I do apologize to those of you behind me that I won't be looking at you, but I'll address the Board of Selectmen, and then certainly as we go along, I will, ooh, I don't know how to fix that. Please hold.
Those clickers over there work for that TV.
I told you, I'm taking the IC classes.
That's nice to see both screens.
There you go. So let's dive in, shall we? First, I want to go over a few terms that you're going to hear me say. I apologize to those of you who have heard this 100,000 times and who are regular students of municipal budgeting. But for those of you who are joining us possibly for the first time, or at least the first couple times, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. First, the town's budget operates on a fiscal year that spans from July 1 to June 30th. So when I say fiscal year 2024, that is the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, which means we are currently in fiscal year 2023. The budget that I'll discuss tonight begins on July 1st, 2023. with a few months in between for the approval process. The grand list, everybody's been hearing a lot about the grand list over the past few months. This is a list of all taxable property assessments as of the prior October 1st. So that's October 1st, 2022. And that's the date where our revaluation company this year, oftentimes our 4 years out of 5, it's our assessors, but this year we're in reval, went through the town and said, this is what we believe based on mathematical calculations, based on the market, different comparables. This is what each individual parcel was worth at that time on October 1st, 2022. So the fiscal year 2024 budget will use that grand list dated October 1st, 2022 to determine individual property values and the taxes that are owed on them. And we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go along. The mill rate is the dollar amount that's collected in property taxes per $1,000 of value that an individual owns. So it is not a percentage rate by any means. For example, Winchester's current fiscal year 23 mill rate is 33.54. And you can see up on the screen, there's a calculation that can be taken. Basically, for every $1,000 of value, you're going to add $33.54 in taxes that would be owed. So for a $100,000 assessed valued house, you would pay $3,354. We have state mandates, certainly, that we are working to meet. State mandates are those requirements that are imposed on us by the state that don't necessarily and don't always come with funding attached. We'll talk a little bit about that. It's not a huge impact on the budget this year, but there are a few questions that are looming, I think, over municipal heads. And then our bond rating. I just mentioned that we were upgraded to a AA bond rating. That is a categorization process that took place. We worked with S&P Global Ratings to have them determine that rating. The higher the bond rating we have, that signals to potential investors that we are more likely to pay back that debt. We're not going to default on it. It's a very stable investment to make. So much like a credit score with a mortgage, we are going to get a better interest rate as a result of having that upgrade. There are a lot of town goals that we've been striving hard and that the Board of Selectmen and all of you here in the public have been working towards and wanting for long before I arrived. We're looking for efficiency in our local government, affordability, perhaps above all else. Modernization is something that we have been working on very diligently, especially in the past year. Since we last spoke at a budget hearing, we have instituted online permitting processes and more here in Town Hall to try and make sure that we are staying modern, that we are able to be more accessible from your home, not necessarily just here in our brick and mortar building. We're trying to be more resourceful, action-oriented, we're investment-focused, and we're focused on growth. And you've heard that from some of the speakers who came before me, and we're going to keep working on that. Some of the highlights that I'd like to point out to you. This budget that's proposed provides taxpayers with a decreased mill rate of 27.06. That's a 6.48 mill rate drop. Now, this is often the case. This is often what happens in a revaluation year in the state of Connecticut. When you have values in your homes, the parcels that you own go up, the mill rate drops accordingly so that you have a relatively level mill rate. Now, of course, there are always going to be adjustments. Nothing's ever perfect. Some people's home values went up more than others. But generally speaking, we are not keeping the mill rate up at our 33.54 current mill rate. We're not going to keep everything level and try and pull a fast one over on anybody. What we're doing here is lowering the mill rate so that way we are accounting for the fact that people's home values are going up. We're trying to make things more affordable. But at the same time, we do also have other needs. We have that grand list growth over 30% this year, which is how we were able to achieve a mill rate drop of such a significant amount. This does fully fund year one debt service to cover costs related to the Hinsdale School renovation and the 2022 infrastructure improvement plan. For those of you who aren't aware, certainly the Hinsdale School project has gone on for long enough. I hope everyone is in the know. I do want to commend the building committee and our superintendent of schools, Melanie Shady Branley, for her excellent work to bring the cost down. for the Hinsdale School. That was originally allocated to be possibly as much as $10 million for the town to take on in costs. She was able to get that down along with the building committee to $4.1 million that we will be bonding later this week. The 2022 Infrastructure Improvement Plan authorized $24.7 million of spending, about 18.3 of that to be bonded over time. This first bonding will not bond the full tranche amount, but the proposal that you see here with this budget does cover the amount needed to cover year one costs. This will also invest $2 million in capital improvements beyond that infrastructure improvement plan. It's putting the money to work. It's maintaining current town services despite the fact that over a 2-year period, we've seen a compounded 14% inflation rate, I should say, in that time frame. So that's significant. And the bottom line is that we're seeing a total increase year over year when you take all of the expenditures into account of 5.54%. There are different drivers to that budget. I'm going to get into that as we go through, but this provides you with a very basic overlook. I was remiss before, I suppose, in mentioning I do have a few copies of the physical budget up here if anybody is looking for it. Thank you, Melanie. So this is a more visual representation of where we're seeing our changes. This is by percentage, so it's not by dollar figure. We're seeing the greatest sized increases, proportional increases in our town support for education line and our debt service line. I do want to clarify a little bit on town support for education. Those are costs that are associated with operating the school systems that don't have to do with the actual academic program that's occurring at the schools. So my understanding with the increase, it's largely related to electricity, and there are a few other items in there that, again, aren't related to the actual implementation of those academic programs. Electricity rates, as we all know, have skyrocketed, making that town support for education line skyrocket proportionately. We also have debt service. It's no surprise that debt service is one of our major drivers. We've authorized a large amount of bonding to go forward. It was made known up front that there was going to be an increase related to that. And here we see the first and largest chunk of this increase that we are going to see through the entirety of the 2022 Infrastructure Improvement Plan. There are still more increases to come. I want to make sure everybody's aware. There's no, nobody's behind a curtain pulling some strings. We know that there are going to be increases. This is going to be a debt service plan that spans many years. That was all discussed up front. This bites off the biggest, or this is the biggest bite that we will have to chew all at once. So that sets us up for a much better position going into next year's budget, which will be fiscal year 2025. If we were to adopt the budget as presented, the town manager's budget, the allocations that you would see to our different factions here in town, not just looking at the town operating budget, which comprises about 34% of the budget. We have Winchester Public Schools costing us, the town, all of the taxpayer dollars being about 35% of the town's costs. The Gilbert School being another 21%. Town support for education at 2%. And our debt service and capital improvement plan being 3% and 5% respectively. Let's talk a little bit about revenues. There are a few major revenue changes. And major is all relative to the size of the municipality that we are. But right now we are seeing reduced numbers coming to us from a couple of different, or from one in particular state grant. That's the Pequot Mohegan grant, reduced under $50,000, but previously receiving over $100,000. The state education cost sharing, however, has increased by $200,000. That formula, my understanding, is still not fully funded or keeping up with inflation as you look at it, but it is an increase in funding coming to us. This budget does account for adjustments in modern fee trends that we've seen in the town clerk's office and our building department. We're not just leaving numbers the way that they are for the sake of it. We're taking a look at what the reality has been in our offices over time and making sure that we are budgeting in a conservative manner, making sure that we're never going to be under our hopeful thresholds, but also making sure that we're being a little bit more honest with ourselves and not overtaxing our taxpayers when we have other revenues coming in. So this does account for fund balance and debt service fund allocations, and I want to make sure that's clear. All the numbers that you're going to see tonight do include those numbers. I will try and break them out for you and talk through what that means as we proceed with the presentation. So on town expenditures, most staff are seeing a 2.25% negotiated wage increase. That is union negotiations that took place anywhere from over a year ago to the last few months to what we're anticipating in the upcoming police negotiation. But that 2.25% is the number that most of our unionized, and most of our employees are unionized, most of our unionized employees will see. This budget does also account for retro payments. We had a couple years where we did not see any union contract adopted for a couple of the different unions that the town has. So when you're looking at your budget documents and you're seeing, wait, that doesn't say 2.25%, it says 7.5%. Well, yeah, there are some people who have gone up steps. We have not just this 2.25% negotiated wage increase that we have to account for, but we have to account for the one before that wasn't budgeted for, and the one before that. So you are seeing some significant numbers change there. Previously, those would have been allocated in unnegotiated settlements, which is now part of our employee, I believe, part of our employee benefits department, but I'll check on that before we're done with this, this presentation. And now that money has been redistributed into these negotiated wage increases in the departments. We do have a 48% projected increase in electrical and fuel costs. We have been able to get the electrical costs under control to an extent in the proposed budget, and I'm hoping that we will have even more savings on top of that, but only time will tell as we negotiate these numbers. But the fuel costs continue to go up, and the 48% projected increase in the Eversource electrical costs did continue to push up our other options. So we are not seeing the savings that we would have seen if Eversource hadn't pushed up their price. State unfunded mandates, as I'll talk about with early voting and a few other items, do continue to drive our costs. These are requirements that are put on us that we have to acquiesce to, and it does require an amount of money to come from Winchester taxpayers. There are rampant inflation costs, costs of materials, especially with our capital improvement plan. They are causing maintenance costs increase. They are causing our different construction costs to go up. Health insurance costs are up about 6%, a little over 6%. We have over a $220,000 increase for outside services between our ambulance service. That's a private association, the Winstead Area Ambulance Association, our dispatch service out of LCD, and in the Northwest Connecticut Transit District. That's a big increase in our budget. Continued capital improvement plan and debt service investments make up or really round out the total. And as you can see here, there's no one thing that's driving the budget on its own. Debt service makes up about 15% of the town side of the increases that we're seeing, but the ambulance and dispatch contracted services are making up 10% alone. Salary and wages, another 15%. When you add all of this up, it makes a significant increase, over $1.6 million in increased costs that we were able to add up as we went through this process. And the fact that you're not seeing a $1.6 million ask from the town indicates that we were able to control some of those costs, we were able to make cuts in other areas, and we were doing our best to be as responsible as possible. As you can see up here, there are not a lot of costs that could be cut without majorly impacting services. Cutting services to our ambulance, to dispatch, would be critical to the town's welfare and safety. Cutting investments to our capital improvement plan is going to continue to set us back when we've come so far in revitalizing our town. Cutting back on debt service, especially with obligations going out the door this Thursday, it's not wise, it's going to delay projects, and it's also going to put us behind on contractual obligations. So we made sure as we went forward in this budget that the numbers that you're seeing, the requests that we're putting together, that we put together for a taxpayer give in the fiscal year 2024 budget, it's all necessary. And we'll talk a little bit more as we go through. Some of the budget changes, talking about the document itself as you go through that budget document. We are reporting fund balance expenditures. We're trying to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to see the full extent of expenditures that are going out the door from the town of Winchester. We're not just looking at what's coming from taxpayers in one year and going to, out the door in the same year. We're trying to look at what's been collected by taxpayers before and went into our fund balance as our safety net. And we'll talk more about the fund balance. It's a very necessary part of a municipal operation. But if we're making expenditures out of that savings account, we want to make sure that the public has the chance to see that and understand why and when we're making those expenditures. We had a reorganization of benefits in this budget document. So instead of trying to itemize, person A has a family plan this year and then they're down to a single plan the next year because their kids went off of their plan, or just trying to itemize everybody's health insurance needs on a department by department basis, it wasn't really working administratively for us, and it also doesn't allow us to easily report out what are the changing costs in medical coverage. So both in medical coverage and in FICA, we've reorganized that, put it all into one line item so that everybody has the opportunity to see year over year what is our change in medical costs, because they're significant. We're talking over $1.2 million. And those costs have continued to go up on an average basis significantly over the last several years. We have reorganized our miscellaneous lines. Some of you who are more familiar with the budget are familiar with the fact that we've had a miscellaneous category. That miscellaneous category had everything from our investment in capital improvements to town support for education and pretty much everything in between. That's not very descriptive, and it's not fair, I think, to the Board of Selectmen or to the public to expect you to know what you're looking for in that miscellaneous category. So instead of continuing to throw all of our assorted line items there, we took a really hard look at what are these lines? What do they fit most closely with? If I am a lay person, if I am somebody who has never looked at a town budget before and I go into the budget to try and find out how much do we spend on capital improvement costs, where would I go? So we thought through it. I believe we've reorganized this in a way that makes a lot more sense. And I hope that everybody's happy with the result. A couple other quick changes that we made. None of this was quick to execute, of course, but I'll briefly mention. We did reorganize our software costs. We had a number of software costs being used by multiple departments. It's very hard to report on, all right, our assessors using software and our tax collectors using software, and who uses it more and where should that money be in the budget. So any software right now that's used by more than one department is now reported in a category called Other Shared Costs. Any software that's used only by one department is reported in that department. We're trying to make things a little bit easier to follow, more understandable, and in your packets tonight, members of the Board of Selectmen, you have a itemized sheet that goes through all of the different software costs, itemizes it. We have combined the building and planning departments. This is something that we did discuss publicly last year. Those departments have been operating as one unit for a long time now, and it's time that we made sure our budget document reflects that. So it's all now reflected in one singular land use department. That's department number 148. Debt costs. That's a lot of numbers, but that's what we're looking at in the years to come. So, last year we really were only paying down on one bond. That's a bond that was issued in the early 2000s, and we paid this current fiscal year. We are going to pay $415,477 on principal and interest. This coming year, we're going to pay $395,799 on that same bond, and then it's done. That gives us a significant amount of capacity. That's about another $400,000 in the fiscal year 25 budget that we are going to get back and be able to put towards new projects. So this year, we have an increased amount that we are going to be spending of several $100,000. That's $821,081 that we expect with this new bond issuance to be paying in fiscal year 2024. You add that in with the $395,000 that we still owe on the outgoing bond, and that's $1.2 million. And that's what you see in this budget here today. Next year, we're setting ourselves up for success. We're going to have a slight bit of relief in the amount that we're going to need to pay. That's going to give us an opportunity to catch up. make sure that we're not seeing huge costs rising in next year's budget, and give us the chance to very incrementally step up the amount that we're spending in these categories to revitalize our town, to continue to see the successes that we've been able to achieve over the last several years. So while it might hurt this year to have such a large increase, I think we've all gone over this over and over again. We need to invest in our town, and these are part of the growing pains. The good news is that after this year's budget, the growing pains, while still around, will be a lot less and a lot easier to deal with. So again, just to reiterate, I know I've said some of this before. What's driving the debt costs is the $24.7 million infrastructure improvement plan that may require as much as $18.3 million in bonding. We will be bonding $7.4 million of that total $18.3 million later this week. The bonding for Hinsdale will also take place this week to the tune of $4.1 million. So that's going to be $11.5 million in bonds that are issued later this week. The outstanding debt costs are going to be paid off, and we have secured that AA bond rating. This is all what's factoring into our different formulas. Let's talk about the capital improvement plan a little bit. The capital improvement plan is now presented to you as a 5-year plan with comprehensive background detail sheets. The fiscal year 2024 cost to taxpayers is a little over $1.1 million. That's $100,000 more than the cost to taxpayers last year. The amount of money that came from fund balance to supplement that last year was $893,846, and we are proposing that the same amount of money come out of fund balance to support this coming year's capital improvement plan. This helps us keep our investments level, if not a little bit increased. It makes for a total of $2,013,000 in change that will go to support these capital improvements. $85,000 of that will be from LOCIP, which is state funding, and we're grateful to have it. The remaining projects being covered by bonds or grants for a grand total capital investment of $9.8 million in fiscal year 2024 alone. That's transformative money, and the only way we are able to achieve that is because we have town staff. We've been able to invest in town staff to be able to go and get grants. In 2022, we received over $5.5 million in competitive state and federal grants alone in 2022 alone. This coming year, obviously, as I told you, we've already applied for over $9 million in grants, so we're trying to continue to see those successes come about for Winchester. And all of this is now reported in the capital improvement plan as you see it, and I want to make sure that's clear. The amount that would come from taxpayers this year is $1.1 million. We would supplement that with an amount of fund balance, but in the capital improvement plan, you're going to see all of the grants and all of the bond money that we are going to use and the projects that we're putting them towards. Again, that's an effort to make sure we are transparent, to make sure that we are reporting on all of these different projects, to make sure that the town has an expectation of what improvements are going to be made with the money that's going out the door, and to have an idea of what that total number is. So with this proposal, we have 37 projects that would be funded in fiscal year 2024 alone. Not all of those are going to be completed in a single fiscal year. In order to achieve this relatively low investment number compared to the amount of work we need to get done, we have had to push some projects out so that they are multi-year projects, so that they'll get a little bit of funding this year and a little bit next year instead of all up front. We have talked this through ad nauseum between myself and the several department directors and heads, including Glenn here on a couple of projects, and Anne Marie certainly, who I know is with us tonight. But there are 52 total projects that will be funded over the course of the 5-year plan. So there's a bit of 15 projects that will not receive funding in this year, but that are still included in the plan because we're trying to make sure that you are all aware of what's coming down the pike. And that we can be prepared as a town to address it. And we do have 15 projects that would be completed in fiscal year 2024 with this proposed capital improvement plan. 14 were able to be completed in this current fiscal year. It's not necessarily pretty to look at when you're sitting in the back of the room trying to squint, but that's a list of all of the projects we're going to be able to work on this coming year if funded. And that's a really great thing to see. The capital improvement plan, each project does have a detail sheet. I encourage you all to look at it. It not only goes over the title and when it will occur, but it looks at what allocations will be made each year. There's a full description of the projects. In some cases, we're able to provide a picture of what we're talking about, and also an estimated lifespan for the investment, which we're trying to report on more, so that the public and the Board of Selectmen has an expectation. If we're making this investment now, when are we going to need to replace that plow truck? When are we going to need to be redoing this road once again? So that we can get a better sense of, in the out years, what recurring investments will look like. The more that we're able to invest now, though, the more we're able to bring things up to a revitalized state, the cheaper it is to maintain, to have that maintenance over time, as opposed to having to buy new and work with really decrepit equipment in a lot of cases, and especially in terms of our Department of Public Works. The capital improvement plan does also include year-by-year summaries, so you can focus on projects. Any project that will receive funding in a specific fiscal year, you can go and find that. Capital improvement plan does include a list of projects that completed their funding requests in the prior fiscal year. So these are new things that we've been able to add to the CIP to make sure that you have as much information as possible. Let's talk about the fund balance. Fund balance, as I said before, is something, think of it like your savings account. And you can think of bonding like a mortgage. Everybody needs to have some kind of savings. On a bad day, you need to have something to lean back on. And in a town where the well-being of this town and the people in it rely on us being financially stable, it's all the more important. So we have a fund balance at the beginning, as of the end of fiscal year 2022, with our audited financials, we had $7.89 million in that unassigned fund balance. That's 21.47% unassigned as a percentage of our annual revenues. What we're proposing this year is that we have two different allocations of fund balance. First, an allocation from the unassigned fund balance into our capital improvements. That's the $893,000 that I've already referenced. That's going to supplement the $1.1 million to make a total of about $2 million being invested in our capital improvements on top of bonds and grants. And then we're also recommending that a $171,000 and change investment be made from our debt service fund. This is a fund that was created last year. $150,000 has already been put into it. We have another $400,000 in this year's budget that will not be spent on new bonding because of the time frame for our upcoming bond. It will not be spent in this year's budget, so we are recommending that it go into the debt service fund so that we can keep those costs down in the out years and in this year too. So the town will not be spending all taxpayer dollars to keep that debt service cost down. We would have a supplemental allocation from that debt service fund of $171,000. That will still leave $378,000 in the debt service fund after that allocation is made, so that we can continue to stabilize those rates again in future years looking forward. And it will leave over $6.9 million in our unassigned fund balance, which is about 19.04% of our as a percentage of annual revenues, I should say. So it's important to take a look at that percentage. We've talked about it here as a Board of Selectmen ad nauseum, but for those of you who haven't been a part of this conversation before in the audience, this 19.04% is very indicative to our bond rating agencies about our financial health. What the state is looking for, what our auditors are looking for, and as a bare minimum to those that conduct our bond ratings on an annual basis and on new bond issuances, they're looking for an absolute minimum of 16.7% to be allocated in that as that number. So 19.04%, you might think it's a little close. The good news is this is actually up over where we were last year. So we're continuing to see gains, even though we're making allocations out of the fund balance. We continue to see gains. At the end of, I should say, with the allocations made for the fiscal year 2023 budget, we saw that number drop to about 17.9%. So we are not trying to wear that percentage down by any means, We are in fact seeing that continue to rise, but we're also able to use some of that money to put it forward into capital improvements without needing to overburden taxpayers with an additional $893 tax request. So as I said, it's important to maintain that fund balance. We don't want to spend it all at once on any one thing. We need to have something to lean back on, and our bond rating agency is going to put us right back to that A+ instead of a AA, or lower if they see us spend too much out of it. Just to touch really briefly on education costs, as was noted earlier, the Winchester Public Schools and the Gilbert School will present requested budget on Monday, March 27th. This includes a decent increase. I'll let them talk about it next week. The accounts, their budgets, I should say, together, combined, account for about 57.48% of the budget. Again, the town's budget accounts for about 34%, and the remainder, after you take education and the town into account, goes towards debt service and the capital improvement plan. So any additional questions regarding education funding, please share that with the superintendent and the head of school. The budget that I have presented is exactly what they have requested. There are no dollar changes in it. It will be a conversation between the Board of Selectmen and the heads of school, the superintendent, going forward about any other changes that may be coming down the pike. So in summary, what's this budget going to do? It's going to maintain current town services. We're not looking to expand. We're not looking to do anything extravagant, except invest in our critical infrastructure. That is the one thing, it's the drum that this town's been beating for a long time, and now we have a chance to see it come to life. So it's going to hurt. We all knew that this was the year where especially the debt service was going to become a factor. But we are going to see a decrease in the mill rate. We're not keeping it at that 33.54 mill rate, which would just hurt everybody who's seen an increase in their home value. We're looking at a decrease to make sure that it's as level as possible and that this town can remain affordable for everybody, even while we're going through a significant investment and revitalization of our town. So thank you all for taking the time to look and listen. We do still have another, it looks like, copy or two up here of the budget. The budget document's also posted on the town's website. And I am happy to take any questions that you might have at this time.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the books. One of the things that I just want to note, and it's really important to me, and I've said it many times before this, and this is something I learned in the early days of serving on the board. When there is a revaluation, there are significant and consequential revaluations, and this year was one of them. But whenever you have a revaluation, except for the one maybe before this, house values and whatnot go up pretty significantly. And then there's something that you call an equalized mill rate, if you were to raise the same amount of money that you had last year as this year. And I was always of the conviction that I would be open about this and make sure that people knew this before we went in. There is going to be a decrease in the mill rate as proposed in this budget. However, the equalized mill rate would be either side of 25, an 8 mil decrease from the 33.45. This budget does invest in an increased mill rate with an increased money from taxpayers. So I want to be clear about that, because I know that people have been critical in the past, and sometimes right at me, about that, about not being clear about it. But there are things in this budget that are definitely needed. You'll see the ambulance money that's in there. You'll see some of the other things that are in there. I think a lot of the school spending is warranted. But I want to be clear, I personally want to be clear about that as we start to debate the budget, is because I think that's important to know. And it's also important to know that a lot of people, even at whether it's 25 mils or 26 or 27 mils, there are a lot of people that will have decreases. And car taxes will go down. A lot of the commercial buildings will go down. And my big concern, and the reason I've been talking about it so long and will probably be asking for some shifts in this current budget that we have, is because it is all coming down onto houses, on residential houses, and some in very big ways. And I think that, I know I'll keep that in mind, and I just wanted to make sure that we were upfront with everybody on that, with that. Thank you.
I appreciate the clarification, Candy. I will add, before Board of Assessment Appeals. So what's going on right now with Board of Assessment Appeals, anybody who wanted to had the opportunity to sit down with the revaluation company and say, I think that my valuation's wrong for whatever reason. They were able to present evidence, and in some cases, decisions were made to reduce or adjust a value. In other cases, people were told, I'm sorry, we think that that is truly the right assessed value for your house. With Board of Assessment Appeals, people now have an opportunity to basically sit in front of a jury of their peers and say, I still think that there's something wrong. There's still some greater adjustment needed. We have some people who are here in the audience tonight who are doing a wonderful job reviewing all of those requests that are coming in. But the bottom line is that the decisions that are made at that meeting, right, wrong, or indifferent, impact the budget. We have guessed, we've done our best estimation in this budget that we're going to lose about $5 million in assessed value because of the decisions made at the Board of Assessment Appeals hearings. Again, a lot of those are very warranted. However, we are going to lose an amount on the grand list, which is going to impact everybody else's mill rate. When you look, we don't know what that real grand list is going to be yet. So when we're talking about the equalized mill rate, it's hard to know exactly where, but we do know at least that it is above 25 because it was 25.05 before we started taking the Board of Assessment Appeals numbers into account. So I just want everybody to know that. That's the number that was taken into account before Board of Assessment Appeals. Once you lose several $1 million off the grand list and there are other adjustments made, that equalized number continues to shift upward. So I do appreciate the clarification, though, because there is going to be significant impact to a lot of people. There are probably going to be about 1,000 homes that are going to be about the same or lose or have a lower cost going into next year, but that just means that there are more people who are going to be picking up a little bit extra on their tax bill. I will reiterate, though, the purpose of this budget is to continue to see the same successes that we've seen in our town government and invest in the future. And if we can accomplish that in this year's budget and make it palatable for everybody, then we've really accomplished something.
And could you also just tell everybody, or Todd, the budget process from here?
Oh, yeah.
Tonight's, this is the first meeting, and then we don't finalize everything until April 17th. So.
That's right. That's right. So from here, just so that everybody knows, not just the Board of Selectmen's budget process, but beyond that. So like I said, the Board of Selectmen next week has a public hearing with the schools that's going to be over at Pearson School. I hope that everyone will be there too. They have another regular meeting on April 3rd, 7 p.m. in this room. They have another meeting on April 17th in this room, 7 p.m. And once they make their final decisions, it goes forward to a special town meeting that's going to be held a number of weeks. It's specified within the town charter exactly what day it is held. And everyone from the town will be permitted to get together to vote on whether they want to send that budget to referendum or they want to make line item reductions. Given that it's sent to referendum at that time, the referendum is scheduled at that meeting. It's usually, over the last several years, been the last Saturday in May. That doesn't mean it will be this year, but that's what's been happening. And at that referendum, anybody who is either a taxpayer on $1,000 of assessed value or more, or who is a registered voter here in town will have the opportunity to vote to approve or disapprove of the budget. And that's the process. If it's adopted at that point, then on July 1st, the tax bills go out and the new budget is put into effect. If it's not approved, then there's a process by which the more adjustments are made to the budget, likely in a downward fashion, and another referendum would be held.
One other thing, if by any chance, maybe impossible, inflation were to go down, would the next assessment be different, or would it always be this is it, and it goes up from there?
No, assessments can go down. And there are people in town this year, I really recommend that you take a look at your numbers and calculate it against that 27.06 mill rate to figure out where are you this year, or where would you be next year, rather, as compared to this year. But there are some individuals who saw their home values go down. There are a number of reasons for that. Perhaps a lack of investment over the last 5 to 10 years. Perhaps even conditions around the neighborhood where you live. Like I said, there's a lot that goes into it. But there is always an opportunity for those numbers to come down. And as we saw with, this is over a decade ago, but with the 2008 market crash, specifically the home values crashing, a lot of towns that had revaluations at that point in time saw their grand list significantly drop. So while there are problems with significant increases and there are growing pains, there are other pains in the other direction. All in all, the goal of the revaluation company is to try and make sure that they are capturing an accurate, real market value for your home in that moment so that you're paying a real, honest, fair portion of taxes. It doesn't necessarily always come out that way from the individual's perspective who's paying them, but there's always an opportunity for things to go up and down.
You know, the real estate went up everywhere around, including here.
Right,
It is.
absolutely.
You might want to come up here because there's a lot of questions.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, if I need to get up and change anything on my computer, I can.
Come on, sir.
Frank Oliveri, 108 Shore Drive. The mill rate that has been set with this evaluation process, but for the next evaluation is going to be in 5 years or 4.5 years, I assume.
Mhm.
Now, does that mill rate stay the same through these 5 years, or each year it gets redone according to whatever the budget plan is for that fiscal year?
The mill rate's set every year by the Board of Selectmen. So if, for example, we know of a couple larger businesses that are looking to try and move into town. If we had a larger business move into town and it grew our grand list significantly, the mill rate might not only change, but your tax bills might change considerably because your proportion of the total budget has changed accordingly. So every year, while it's a little confusing because the board has kept it the same over the last 7 or 8 years, but it can be adjusted every year.
Thank you.
Hi.
Matt Smith, 662 East Wakefield Boulevard. I have a question. I have a background in assessing and dealing with revaluations. Have you looked into the revaluation that was done by Municipal Services and looked into the background and how it was done and like how many years did they use for sales? Do you know how many years they used?
My understanding is that they use 2 years for sales.
Well, according to the filing that they made with the state, they only filed 1 year of data for their calculations. And the 1 year of data was based off of 166 sales. And the 166 sales, amazingly, had no land sales in it. So they had no basis for land sales. Now, if you were to do a revaluation and you were going to do the process at that point, you'd probably have to go back in time. At least I would, if I was doing the revaluation. So you'd go back maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, trend those years forward with appreciation, so you're an equal playing field, and to get a safe valuation for all the different property types. So I don't know if that evaluation's been done, but I've been working on looking into various grievances, if you will, for the appeal process.
Understood.
And I'm very concerned, if you would, as someone that's been here all my life and living up at the lake, that the evaluations were done improperly. And I think that should be looked into. I do know that the valuations with regards to land and buildings are very inconsistent. And from the studies that I've done, and I'm going to the appeals board on Thursday, I'm representing 18 clients. I'm not going on any of the properties that I own. I found a lot of flaws involved. Flaws that in our business would be very concerning, because when you do a revaluation, you have outliers, these wild things that shouldn't happen. You know, if a person's property had an assessment of $15,000 and it jumped up to $500,000, one would say, why? And you'd sort of see it on an outlier. Well, those weren't caught. And when they were brought to the informal hearings, if I were to grade them, they would get an F. What they were supposed to do, and it's serious stuff, what they're supposed to do is make sure that the residents are able to go in there and correct things. I know of very few corrections that were made. I know I brought 20 cases forward with a lot of documentation, and none of them were even considered. And so, number one, that loses the ground that the residents believe that these cases are going to be handled properly. So you have another bite at the apple. You have the appeal process. And so now we'll go into that and see how that comes and works down the road. But all that the residents want, I know, is fair property tax equity for everyone. Make sure that they're paying a fair share to their neighbor. I can tell you, from what I've seen, that the disparity between overall value and land value is not up to the grade that the town of Winchester deserves. On Highland Lake, I'll see land values on a given point that swing for the same properties from a price per acre of $350,000 to $1.9 million, neighboring 16 houses in a row. It's mind-boggling. It's staggering. If you go to Lake Winchester, that's a whole nother interesting situation, the way the values poured out there, and that's the way they worked out, considering that most of the houses on that lake do not have waterfront. Only 6 parcels do, or 4 property owners. So I really think, and I'm asking, number one, have you looked into it? Because you should. Unfortunately, and this is just a fact, it's no angst against anyone here, you know, you had a tough time with the assessor all leaving when the revaluation is being completed. So it's almost like who was watching the shop when all this was done. So the numbers that were submitted to the Office of Policy and Management are very concerning. Now, that's not just myself. I have an expert modeler, one of the best in the nation. My company is also, like Municipal Valuation Services, it's Standard Valuation Services. And we do this on a normal basis every day, dealing with counties the size of 500,000 properties down to villages the size of 2,500 properties. So the problems that you have, the taxpayers deserve better. So I really think you have to look into that. Now, you have some options. You have options where, according to state law, you could go to OPM and say, I don't like the reval, we're not going to use it. Because as everyone knows, and I'm sure all the selectmen know, that assessment is tax dollar neutral. It really just, it's the shift, it's who's paying what. It really doesn't have a governing on if we're going to raise taxes or not. You raise taxes by the budget only. You also, according to your laws here in Connecticut, you have the ability to stage in or phase in a reassessment. You can choose to do that over 1, 2, 3, 4, capping at 5 years. So you could sort of lessen the burden to people so they could straighten it out. Because if very few people were heard at the informal hearing, then at the appeals, if you didn't make that and you're not getting to the appeals, I think there's only 400 or so that made it to the appeals, maybe 450, a lot, I understand that. But a lot didn't make it. And what I'm seeing is the ones I'm bringing forward, really their neighbors and other properties like this, like true cottages on a lake that were considered as homes that were fully operational a year. Those were missed. And they'll have to go next year. So I presume the appeal process will be large next year as well. You mentioned $5 million. I'd be concerned with that for budgeting purposes only. It doesn't mean all that much because, again, you're just toggling things. But, you know, I have one case in particular that I am seeking over $1 million reduction on one case. And it's way warranted. So that's just my information I want to bring to you. Of course, if you need any help with anything, I'd gladly help the town. But those are concerns I have, and I think you really have to do a real study on this for the residents.
Understood. And so a little bit about what I can say. We have been looking into it. First, we have a rock star assessor who's been in the office helping us out especially over the last few months, and helped us over. David Deach, yeah. And he's in Colebrook right now, but he was the chief assessor over in Waterbury for over 20 years. Obviously, you're familiar. And he has been a wonderful addition to our team that's trying to get their feet on the ground. Because
Agreed.
you're right, we had to transition over there. And going over the numbers with him to OPM, obviously OPM is comfortable enough that they accepted them. He's comfortable enough with them that he recommended that we proceed. I do value his opinion very much because I'm not an appraiser. I understand that you have your background in it, and I respect that, and I appreciate you bringing that forward. Working with the best information that we have, though, we did also sit down on a couple different points in time with the appraiser for the revaluation company to try and better understand where did some of these things come from? Why did the numbers look the way that they do? I'd be happy to have you join me in sitting down with him again, because it might help you get answers. It might help us see this in a different light. But we did have two different sit-downs, one with myself, staff, and one of the members of the Board of Selectmen, and another with members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, which I also think is important because they needed to hear, you know, where did these numbers come from in order to be able to defend them to any realistic extent. They didn't just come out of thin air, as much as some of them might raise an eyebrow. I think that you'd find with any valuation services, you're going to have somebody who has a raised eyebrow over numbers that pop up. So I do appreciate your concern. I would like to reach out to you, if that's all right, to talk about it further.
That's fine. I will tell you, I'll take just one more minute of your time. With regards to numbers popping out of the air, you know, to defend values when it comes to reassessment, it's very simple. It's sales, right? Other information you have is maybe comparable assessments that you're looking to say that, you know, they're all in line and equal. But when you go into a reval and you submit to OPM a document like this, and you look at the data that was submitted, and you have no land sales, and there are land sales that exist, and you have such a limited pool of sales, and to think that you're going to be able to model off of that small pool is very troubling. Now, I have asked, and of course, I cannot get the full roll in order to do a full analysis on it yet because the roll is a work in progress. So I can't tell you what your CODs are or your PRDs are to match up with this. I will tell you mathematically what they submitted in the year mathematically works. But from a point of view of logic and looking at the numbers, when you actually see what the cost is on an improvement basis or cost is on a land basis, you basically in the last 5 years had 5 true land sales on the lake, if you're talking about Highland Lake only. And those 5 land sales, none of them were over 350. And you have a lot of parcels on the lake that are pushing land values of 700,000. So there is no support for that. So that's some of your holes in your problems. You know, you have improvement values on homes that are regular homes that it would be impossible to get to that number. Unbuildable lots at $500,000, things that should be caught. And you know, from valuation techniques, I have been doing this about 30 years. So, you know, I've seen pretty much all of it. But I am very concerned about this. And I did speak to David. He is great. And I like Becky and Josh, you know, but unfortunately they're new. They're brand new. So there's a lot to learn there. But I just want to make sure that the residents are protected. And I really think you should look maybe into a phase-in period. It's an option.
Appreciate that.
But I'm here for you, though. Thank you. All right.
Matt, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure.
You know, we're looking at the budget for the first time tonight and actually talking about, that's what this meeting is about, not necessarily the evaluations. But we've had several, at least 2, maybe 3 meetings of the Board of Selectmen, and we've questioned in those meetings the valuations. Mm-hmm. We never heard from you. Why did you not come here sooner and present that same argument about this land sales, no land sales? It would have been very nice to have had maybe a month ago the same kind of discussion. So before it even went to the Board of Assessment Appeals, we might have been able to have some additional information. And I'm just curious about the timing, that's all.
The timing, I'm sorry about that. I did not come to the board because this is actually the first time I've ever come to the board. I have spoken to Ms. Perez on this issue in detail, probably the last 2 months. I did speak to John Herman in the beginning. I did speak to people in the assessor's office, all three of them. Made my services available. I gladly helped them with anything. But I did not come to the board. I didn't know those meetings were about that. I do apologize for that. Otherwise, I would have been here, of course.
Yeah, because what you said tonight certainly opens up some discussion points.
I'm sure.
But it's
I
later
hope.
in the process, and you've already had 2 weeks of Board of Assessment appeal decisions, and I just would have liked to have heard that sooner.
I might add that one of the problems was, you know, you end up, it's always the great holiday Christmas gift, right? You get the taxes right then and there, and here your notice is going up, and now you have to scramble around and go to the informals. And that's exactly what we did, so I focused on the informals. And I thought, I was sure that when I went to informals, I wasn't just going there as someone saying, you know, I think my house is overassessed. That wasn't it. I went with documents, and I showed them why, and they had a package on each property. And nothing across the board, which was disconcerting. I was shocked when that happened. So when that happened, that's already bringing me to the end of January. Now I'm focusing on, well, I have to start to get all my ducks in order to go through the appeal. And the appeal process is very time consuming. I mean, in my world, for me to represent, as I'm bringing none of my properties forward. I have 18 people I'm bringing forward. I met with about 88 to 100. So I turned a lot of people down. I didn't think they had good enough cases to bring to appeal. But of those 18, you have to put together a state certified appraisal, all right? You have to inspect the property. You then have to go around and see, well, why is this happening? You should get assessment comparables to make sure they support the valuation you did in your state certified appraisal. And then in some cases, you have to go beyond that because things don't make sense. Some of the things that I found in areas like Winchester were crazy. I had to investigate all 21 properties on that lake. I know way too much and a lot more than I ever want to about that lake, but it was the only way to get the job done. So anyway, the process is time consuming. So if I missed the meetings, I do apologize. But that window and that time of getting all this done, it's demanding.
Well, the issue of land sales versus home sales, as you say, there were no land sales for what, last year?
Well, in the documentation that they sent,
The OPM
the OPM documentation, they only put the 1 year in. Now, that could be their requirement, and that could be that they maybe did 2 years, as you said. I am not privy to the other year, but even if they had that, they have NAs across the board on the land. So they have no valuation component for the land. And a lot of times when you're dealing with unique properties, you know, the little town of Winchester is very difficult to appraise. It's got very complicated properties. You have houses on the lake, houses behind the lake, you have direct access, you have ones with a little waterfront behind, you have townhomes down there have influences of major streets in the downtown areas. You have back off the roads into areas that are more rural, that the values aren't as much. You really have to watch what you're doing. I didn't see a neighborhood breakdown either. You know, you're supposed to have your various neighborhood breakdowns on how you're coming in with your, those weren't provided as well. So there was a lot of things that were lacking, and I thought they were going to pull it out with the informals, and it just didn't happen. But I mean, the residents do have this second bite at the apple, which is good, and hopefully they'll take advantage of it. And then the next year, I mean, the ones that didn't get there this year, okay, they missed a year, but they then have the chance to go next year to straighten out those taxes. And after a while, everything should level out where there's a parity, fair property tax equity for everyone.
How long have you lived in town, Matt?
Well, my parents came here in '55, so I was born on Long Island and in that lake by 9 months old. And I've never stopped living here. I'm probably one of the few New York people that would be a past president of the Greenwoods Country Club. I played golf for them since I was 12 years up there, representing the club around the area.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's it.
Thank you. I think the people
Thanks.
that you're representing at the Board of Assessment Appeals are clearly in good hands. You're a good presenter.
Thank you very much for your time.
David? 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 Yeah. Wait a minute, somebody else is first. Okay. Come on up, sir.
I'm Bill Hudock, 232 Granville Road. I have a very simple question for you, Josh. I went through the budget. You have a 7.5% property tax revenue increase. How much of that is due to new things being brought onto the roll, and how much of that is due to reassessment?
So, as actually Matt said pretty clearly, the revaluation really doesn't bring anything new onto the tax roll in and of itself. Now, there are businesses that have invested in their properties. There are homeowners who have made additions onto their properties, all of those types of things. I don't have a specific number for you off the top of my head. I would have to do a little bit of math and get back to you on what's new on the grand list versus what is revaluation numbers on the grand list. Candy next to me might actually have a better idea if you have something off the top of your head. Not to put you on the spot.
Oh, put me on the spot. Well, I think that's one of the biggest issues that we have, is we don't know that number.
Right.
I've asked for the number. We don't have that number. We do know that the cars have, well, the cars themselves have gone up in value, probably about $1 million or so in value. The mill rate decrease will take them down. We do know that the personal property values went up by $491,000 in this year. The year before, they went up a crazy amount that provided us with $600,000 in revenue. This year, we won't get that much revenue from this particular business increase. So again, that shifts the taxes up. We don't have the numbers from the number of, let's say, a new house that was built, or everything that I think you're asking for.
Right, that's
And I think
exactly what I'm
because-
asking for.
Yeah, because in the assessor's office, we don't have the people to be able to pull those numbers.
Yeah, because I mean, the key thing is, if we're gonna, the reassessment is about equity. However, the question is, are we growing the grand list? And if such, are we taking the relative burden on the taxpayers down or not? And if we can't answer that question, I think we've got a major problem.
The past 2
Well-
years, it's gone up 2%. If you look at, when we didn't have the reval, and you look at what properties,
Right.
because if you look on the website, you'll find that they do residential, personal, and motor vehicle. And the residential has gone up about 2% a year because, starting a couple years ago.
But I just want to make sure we're clear. At no point in time did I mean to appear to sit here and say that our town has grown to the point where all of this is newfound money and we have all of these new taxpayers coming in.
No,
The increases that are coming, I'm going to, this is not an exact number, but I am fairly certain we're talking about easily over 95% of any increase is coming on your taxpayer dollars back. We are talking about a very significant increase in the value of the homes that already exist. We're not talking about a lot of new construction here in town. It's one of the things that the Board of Selectmen and I have been talking about a lot recently. You've been hearing in my updates, we have the bachelor school. We have an opportunity to turn that into something excellent and put it back on the tax rolls. Right now, we have somebody in town who's looking at turning a tax-exempt property formerly and putting it back on the tax rolls. The town owns another 120 acres of land that at one point was a proposed subdivision with as many as 60 homes going onto it that were more high-end that would significantly increase the tax rolls. And right now, nothing's happening to it. So we need to have the time, the energy, the resources, the people on the ground to be able to put some of these projects into motion, which is why I've tried my best to propose a budget to you that is investing in those people in the capital improvement plan so that we're drawing more people, more interest in from developers. Because while it might not be this year that we're able to see a shift away from residential tax burden, we need to be able to get to a point where we're attractive as a community, where we are investing in economic development, where we're bringing in new people to join us, to see the wonderful town that we all know it is. And if we don't invest in that now, I'm afraid we might not hit that mark that we're hoping for. So at no point in time do I intend to say that this is not a tax burden increase. It is. And I want to make sure that's known. For most people, there will be a burden, but we'll get a lot out of it.
But I really appreciate it. I went through all 130 pages of the budget, so.
Well, I appreciate that.
I'm clear about what's in there. This was not in there, and that's why I thought I would raise it, because I think it's important for the townspeople to understand it. And everything you're saying about growing the tax base is critical to be able to address that, if not this year, then in future years.
Right.
Thank you.
It is very personal. I will just share that for everybody, I said this before and I'll say it again, take the mill rate that's been proposed and put it against your new assessed value, and take the mill rate from last year and put it against, look at your tax bill from this past year and really think, what's the impact to me? Because there are going to be some people who, Matt is going to represent, who are seeing significant increases. There are about 1,000 households, though, that will see either no change or a decrease. It's all about equity, and it's all going to be very personal.
Thank you.
David LaPointe, 11 Hillside Avenue, Winston, Connecticut. I want to thank both of those gentlemen for speaking. I hope and pray that they spoke the truth. And I want to say that this budget, I know, Mr. Town Manager, you've done a lot of work on it, but your own figures, I've asked for those figures, and I'm happy to hear them spoken from you today. $7.89 million in the fund balance, okay? And it's at 24.7%. So that's real good. But with this budget, you're going to lower the percentage to 19.4. You said that, what OPM and what our bond rating and Moody's look at as 16.7%. So we're teetering towards a, that deadline to go back to A rating. You say we go back up to AA rating. Well, I say we're overtaxed. Number one, all of the good people of this town are overtaxed. Jack Bork, the selectman that sits here, a Democrat, said to the Board of Assessment Appeals as they were walking out after a hearing, and the mayor was there, that, they're giving away the farm because they're overtaxed, and they shouldn't give them. Yeah, you said it, Jack. You did. Don't shake your head that you didn't say it, because you did. So they're not giving away the farm, like this gentleman said. He's an expert, evidently, and he's done it for 30 years, okay? Now, I've been doing it for 10 years since I got here, and every time there's a reevaluation, this year was an anomaly in the sense that usually when you go before that person or persons for the, like he said, you get some kind of resolve. They give you something. The majority of all the people that I requested, and finally I got a letter in the mail saying I have to pay $7.50 in order to get the information because you didn't have the information yet to compile it. Well, that's a bunch of bunk. All you had to do was press a button on a computer, and you had the list in Glenn's office. I saw it in Glenn's office. The town clerk gave it to me, but they couldn't give it to me, and now it costs $7.50. You're FOIing me to death. Okay? You say you have transparent and open government. You don't. Now, why in your budget that you increase your budget, you increase your salary, okay, close to 14%? 14%? And your town secretary, that she gets a 2.5% raise? The town clerk only gets a 2.5% raise? Now, who are you working for? Who are you working for? I said, I think he's making a good point that people are not being, their car taxes. They say they can't fight City Hall, but you can. You know why? Because we, the people, run the town. Not you and not the selectmen. We do. Ultimately, read the Declaration of Independence. Read the Constitution. Have a good night.
I'll try and address those in order, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. First, the fund balance numbers have been available in the town's annual audit, and we've shown you where to find that for free on multiple occasions. You don't seem interested in finding it in that location, but I'm glad that you had the opportunity to hear it tonight.
No,
The trending
up-to-date
increase,
fund balances,
excuse me, sir, I'm
not
trying to.
the past fund balances.
Yes, the most
up-to-date
up-to-date
ones.
fund balance was available in the town's annual audit. Thank you for shouting me down. The trending increase that we have in our fund balance. Last year, when all was said and done with our allocations from fund balance, we resulted in a 17.9% fund. Excuse me.
I'm going to
No.
call for order.
We had a 17.9% remainder in our fund balance as a proportion of total revenues. This year, we're going to have 19.04 if all goes as has been presented here, which, as has already been said, there will likely be changes, and there may be more changes beyond what's anticipated. But in any case, we have an increasing trend year over year. We're going from 17.9 to over 19%. That's a positive thing. That's one component of what a bond rating agency looks for, and I'm happy to see it continue to trend in that manner while also still investing in capitals. And let me address it here right now for all of you. You probably don't agree with it, and I respect that, but I'm a taxpayer here. Excuse me. I am the lowest paid town manager in the state. I made, excuse me, sir. I have made.
Nobody interrupted you, David, when you spoke, so why don't you just be quiet?
I've made a
Nobody
request.
interrupted you.
I've made a request, and it has not been negotiated, and it has not been settled. And honestly, I don't expect the Board of Selectmen to approve 100% of it. But I have made a request to be matched to the next lowest paid town manager in the state, who works in a town that has about 4,000 people fewer than Winchester. So I have made my request. It's in the Board of Selectmen's hands. There's a chance, a very good chance, that that will be reduced. I appreciate your understanding as we go through a negotiation process and the fact that it does take time. For all intents and purposes, I put it forward in the budget to show that there's an opportunity to have a budget that's reasonable and still have a town manager that's paid on par with other town managers in the state. I'll stand by that, but I'll also stand by the fact that you're going to have comments about it and that the Board of Selectmen is going to have something to say about it at the end of the day. But thank you for bringing it up.
Troy?
Okay. Troy Lemire, 51 Morgan Drive. As everybody knows, I'm on the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I just wanted to make a couple statements. First of all, the board is doing its best job to be fair. Can you hear me?
No, talk a little closer.
The board is doing its best job to be fair with everyone. And we're looking at the properties individually as they come in, and we are not going by your neighbor's stuff. We're not going by, anything that persuades the value other than what it is. We're looking for damage on the property and stuff like that. We have seen some properties come in 97%. That was the award winner, a raise in taxes. Okay, so this company did inflate the values on some of the properties. I'm not going to say all of them, because some of them we turned back and we felt that the appraisal was fair, just so you know. So, but there seemed to be a trend of a little bit of inflation, and you're going to be seeing a lot more, I'm sure, next year, because once a lot of people don't really know the process, and when they find out what their mill rate is and what their taxes are, they're going to come in. So that's. I just wanted to report to the board that we are doing our best to make everything as fair for every resident in town. My next suggestion is you need to think ahead before you do a reeval when you have new employees at the helm. Okay, this process is very confusing to begin with. It's very hard to take in all the information and make a decision. And with new employees, they're not trained or seasoned enough to handle stuff that could be taken care of before it reaches us. So I just wanted you to know that. Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Come up, sir.
East Champaign, 342 East Wakefield. Two questions. One question, one comment. Is there gonna be a two-tiered system, one for the cars and one for the houses as well, for the mill rate?
The proposed mill rate that's put forward now would be the same tier for both.
Flat for both?
Yes, it would be flat for both.
And you had mentioned, you know, we have to kind of look at this as from a personal basis. For us, it's a little bit different. We just built a new house, so we kind of expected the taxes were gonna go way up. But my family's been here for 70-plus years. My next door neighbor, my cousin, he's not here tonight, but his taxes are gonna go up about 34%, hard dollars. And my other cousin, his is gonna go up 26%. Now, the figure that we've all kind of heard is the taxpayers on the lake cover about 26% of the tax revenue in the town. None of us in 50 or 70, over 70 years, those three properties, we've never had anyone in the school system. Yet we still pay for 26% of the revenues. So what is actually in the budget for the lake region or the people that pay those kind of taxes up at the lake? I mean, we have literally the worst roads probably in town. And there's nothing in there, it seems like, for repair, even doing something similar like that or something like that.
I only smiled because I have a feeling if anybody here is from Winchester Center, we might have a little bit of an argument on our hands over worst roads, yeah.
Real close to the beach and you lose teeth.
Oh, I understand,
It's
trust me.
crazy.
100,000 in drainage is in our capital improvement plan for the lake.
$1 million. So
Million.
with the borrowing that we're doing right now, we have $1 million exclusively for Highland Lake. There's no other lake that we're looking at.
The project on West Wakefield for for the new bridge, or?
No, so that's actually separate. So this is $1 million just for new drainage in and around Highland Lake to make sure that we're protecting water quality and make sure that we're protecting the longevity of the new roads that are going in. Okay. So on top of that, we have some work that's happening on Lake Street. We have the West Wakefield Bridge that's going forward this year, as you've all heard about. If you haven't, please check out the town's website. There's a lot that you need to hear. And a couple other projects in that area too. We also right now are working on a grant for the Risha Beach intersection, which I know is just a mess to look at and to live through as you're driving it. And we're working right now with the state government. The Commissioner Mark Boughton had a few ideas about grants we could go after exclusively for that area in terms of repaving and redirection. There's a little bit more work to be done certainly at Risha Beach and some of the other amenities that the town has, and there's a lot more work to be done beyond that that's not reflected in this budget. But it's certainly on our mind. We recently applied for, and Selectman Perez was a huge help with this, an aquatic invasive species grant as well. That's going to help us. Absolutely. So that's in the budget as well, all of the treatments that we do. And please, though, make sure that your voice is heard. It's not every day that we hear about the nuanced conditions of the roads around the lake. We might hear a little bit more about what's going on recreationally on the lake in the summer, but we need to hear what the wants are.
Just got to drive around them once in the wintertime to
that too. That too. Thank you.
Go on, sir.
Good evening. My name is Richard Cusson. I live at 336 East Wakefield. In 1954, my parents bought the property on 338 and 340 East Wakefield Boulevard. The property that my cousin Jay just talked about, 342, 342, 340, 338, and I'm at 336 and 332. All of those properties in 70 years that I've been here, I've never had one child in the school system. I think up until this point, I've never complained about the fact that we pay taxes for the education in the town, which everybody does. But at this point, with the condition of the road around that lake, I think the town should seriously do something for the people that have paid taxes towards the education that never used it, and consider the wants of the people. I've heard this statement from so many people around the lake. And my taxes are going up 26% this year. And what do I get? They plow the road. The road that we can't even drive around. It's like an obstacle course. To avoid hitting the bumps, to avoid hitting the trench where they put laterals across the road, the potholes that are just filled all the time. The road, consider it really needs to be repaired. I just think that there should be, well, thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
And I'm not the only one that has this concern on the lake.
I appreciate that.
The majority of the people do.
And when we talk about roads, I just want to, talk a little bit more about the process that we're going through right now. Around this time last year, we really started talking about what it would mean to take another step towards improving all of our roadways in town. And we talked about the fact that trying to bond for all of it at once, we have tens of millions of dollars of road work that needs to be done.
I realize that. I don't disagree with that.
Right.
And the road going from Winchester Center out towards Torrington is
horrible.
Is even worse.
Right.
But another thing that happens when we look at the lake and the amount of buildings per linear foot of road compared to the buildings that are there, I mean, we're one building right after another, so we have a high-density, high-volume traveled road.
Absolutely, you're right. But if we don't start investing in this budget on some roads, we're never going to get to the rest.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is concern there for the fact that because we are a large portion of the taxpayer money in the town, it seems to me, and there's such a volume on that road, that it should be top on the list, as far as I'm concerned.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been listening to, Captain Kaczynski's 105A Standard Avenue. Listening to all these folks talking. And I'm also looking at all the faces. And I don't exactly see a whole lot of youth there, a lot of gray hairs. And we've been down the road, all of us, for many years, and trying to survive now. Most of us are reaching retirement age. I know I'm 74, I'm already retired. Luckily, my wife's got 3 pensions coming in. I've got 2 pensions coming in, plus what I get from the VA and Social Security. Now they're talking about Social Security may not have enough money. I don't care about that much. But, again, we had a situation, and this is going back many, many years when I tried again. And we, like I said, we squandered time, we squandered the money. We should have been investing in selling this town, all right? And we didn't do it. And I was, we don't have, the industry don't have means of getting that grand list up. We needed to get some bigger, stronger, not just restaurants and little businesses, some real grand, and it's not happening just here and whatnot. I wish it wasn't the case, but it's, again, this is my opinion. We kind of reached our Peter principle in this town. Anybody know what the Peter principle is? to when you reach the level of incompetency, right? And I'm not saying in any individual, I'm talking the town has reached that level, and we just can't seem to get beyond it, all right? We should have invested in the town. We never marketed this town the way it could have been marketed. We could have drawn in more businesses and raised the capital that's necessary, the grand list and so forth. I don't know what else to say to you people, but I'm telling you. I don't know how much longer I've got, but this is a great town. I love this town. I really do love this town. Now, a lot of you think I'm a pain in the butt. Well, why not? Because if I wasn't a pain in the butt and I didn't care for this town, I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you now making a concerted complaint. I'm not perfect. I'm imperfect. I don't have all the answers. But we've got people. Probably the two best are both ends of here. You got Jack and you got Candace. They were in executive positions, barring Kelly and so forth. They know business. If they both know businesses, they know what it takes. And I don't know, Candace knows, she was an executive. Marketing. You gotta market. And that's where I see the biggest waste of time and money that was squandered. Anyway, you heard from me. That's what I believe. I hope you guys can do something, but it's not gonna be easy now because of the situation that with the banking industry and the stock market and the bonding and so forth. I mean, we're already slightly behind the 8 ball now, but good luck to you all.
Excuse me, I have to say something. I'm really offended by what you said.
What are you offended about?
I think this board has worked very hard for the last 5, 6 years to turn this town around.
No.
I'm sorry, I disagree with you.
Well, we agree to disagree,
Okay?
all right? I have nothing against anybody personally. All I'm saying is I have been here and I saw waste of money and wasted time.
I think we've been very frugal, we've tightened our belts, and I think you've seen...
Not saying you didn't. I'm saying I fought hard. Well, Candace said is a contingency fund. $50,000 is not exactly a great amount of money to put somebody in charge of marketing this town.
We are marketing the town.
Really?
Come
We're
to my
working on it.
defense, help me out, guys.
Absolutely. So we do have somebody in place, and it's my sincere hope that this position stays in the budget, though I know there's been some conversation about it. We were able to use a sum of money from the American Rescue Plan Act, about $48,000, to have Ted Schaefer, who is an executive in his own right, over in the town of Burlington, Connecticut, who's been working to keep businesses here, to try and get new businesses, and also to try and create a marketing plan with the Economic Development Commission. We're at the tail end of creating the marketing plan itself, but also the new website will be tied in with that as a...
That's exactly, you made my point, is it's time that was squandered in money that hasn't been used.
Well, we're moving ahead now.
Over that. So anyway, however you're just doing it, you squandered the time.
Stephen, if I may also react just a little bit here. You know, you talk about the positive things, and you say, I love this town, and we should be moving forward. And every year, you know what we hear? Cut taxes, cut taxes, cut taxes. You can do lots of things if people say, okay, I'll pay a little bit more in my taxes this year to go advancement. But when you want to have new roads, if you want to say there's got to be new development, if you want to say, why aren't we out marketing? Why aren't we doing better? You also have to pay for it. And you also have to be willing to pay. You also have to be willing to pay for it rather than every budget year, all we hear is cut taxes, cut taxes. Make sure that we do not increase the tax rate. And for the years that I have been on this board, we have not increased the tax rate. The mill rate has remained the same. But yet we still get people at the budget hearing.
I
at the referendum, we still get people at the budget hearing at the referendum who put signs up all over the place saying, no new taxes, no new increases. So, you know, there's a balance. If you want to grow, if you want to do things positively for the town, you have to be willing, just as you want to fix your house up, you have to be willing to put some money into it. Fair enough.
So why isn't the Selectmen's contingency fund, or
I'm not talking about just the contingency fund. I'm talking about the kind of budget that's being presented here tonight with lots of increases. If we tried to present this budget to the taxpayers at that kind of an increase, I think we would find most of you out here saying that's too high. I want to hear people say, hey, I'll pay more money for these things. I'll put new roads up on Lake Wakefield Boulevard. Yeah, if it costs me another $2 million in the taxes, I'll pay for that because I want to see that. We don't waste money at all here, and we are very judiciously making decisions on what's best for the entire town.
So why are you coming at me like you
I'm
are
not,
right now?
Stephen, I'm not. I'm just coming at, I'm just responding.
All
All right. I'm not trying to hit you.
All right, thank you.
Marketing.
We are starting to get in the weeds, so let's get back on track. Brian?
Brian Sunday, 152 Spencer Hill Road. I just wanted to speak briefly after hearing talk about the schools. I wasn't going to speak, but I am in here just to let you know I'm in full support of the education budget. And the fact of the matter is there's a lot of people like me, parents of children who like what's going on in the schools and want to continue to see progress. And again, I'm in support of the budget. And I think there are a lot of families out there that like what's going on, and I hope you guys will keep that in mind throughout the process. And you know, you'll certainly hear more from me as the process goes along, and hopefully some other folks too. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, the public hearing is now closed. Moving on to item number 8, the Finance Director's report.
Good evening. What I passed out to each of you was just a summary of the February year-to-date results, and then I also gave you a summary of the electricity accounts that are tied to the solar through January. So we are, what I'm presenting tonight is year-to-date results through February of 2023. We are 8 months into the year, which is 67% of the fiscal year. Our total current property taxes are $25,217,569, which is 98.1% of budget. That is in comparison to $24,097,293, which is 99.82% of the budget. Our total past due collections year to date is $497,712, 108.2% of budgeted, and that's in comparison to $547,655, which was 121.7% of budget. Total revenues year to date are $31,545,655, which is 87.5% of the budget, and that's in comparison to $29,982,413, which was 85.93% of the budget. Our total expenditures year to date with our encumbrances is $22,336,319. We're at 61.95% of budget, compared to 22,552,503, which was 64.64% of budget for last year. Our total cash flow at February 28th, 16,845,121. Of that, 8.9, almost $9 million of that is invested. 987,000 is invested in the Northwest Community Bank sweep account, 2,275,000 at Stiff, and 5.7 million at Northwest Community Bank money market. Our capital expenditures for February, we didn't have too many of them. 35,550 paid to for our grand list reval, 24,335 towards the Sue Grossman Greenway, 39,877 towards Whiting Street, and 39,111 for the purchase of a new police vehicle. As Josh already mentioned, we'll be going out to a bond sale on March 23rd, which is this Thursday, for the $11.5 million. Also on Thursday, I'll be starting my role with the state of Connecticut and helping to hopefully come to some improvements to the state MERS program. Any questions?
No questions?
And what I gave you, I'll just go quickly, what I gave you on the solar costs, and I think it cut off. I thought it printed. No, it cut off. It did have a summary at the bottom of the page, but it didn't seem to print, so it only printed the fiscal 2022. Do you have the total amount in there on your box, on yours? Because mine didn't print.
76.
Yeah, you have it. Okay, I don't have it in mine. So 76 since the inception in January of 2022 to total net solar credits, not including the Board of Education, was 76,000. Questions?
Can I ask a budget-related question?
Sure.
Do you
Potentially.
Well, we got our books tonight, and the other day I had asked about the employee list, the employee count 2 years ago. Are we getting that?
Oh,
Yes, you are.
yes, you're getting that.
Tonight because of the printer problems.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is completed. I will also have, Josh, I know that they don't have that tonight, just for comparative purposes with all of the changes in the account numbers and where we shifted a lot, I do have a comparison for everyone to look at, which has all of the accounts merged together as if we had all of the old numbers in the new accounts. So you will see an apples-to-apples comparison, which will make it a little bit easier for people to see the trend of the line items.
Since Thursday, did you get the electricity bills or no?
I think we have them. I have not done anything with them.
So the comparison, the apple to apple one, will we be getting that one?
Yes, tomorrow.
I have that done. I came in this morning to a.
No problem.
I lost a piece of it that I had worked on yesterday, so. But that'll kind of help you see what the line items look like, kind of all of them merged. If we took it from one department, put it in another department, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
And I think, did you give them, or they'll get it tomorrow? You'll also have a list of all of the department name changes and all of the departments that we kind of disbanded and merged.
Josh, didn't I get that? Wasn't that part of the budget that you just?
That wasn't part of the budget that went out on Wednesday. This is additional material that we've developed for you.
Because they merged everything and moved it all around, we wouldn't be able to
Yeah,
we'd
yeah.
be comparing apples to oranges now.
Yeah, I thought I saw that in there, the comparisons.
Maybe.
You had some of them, but I left all of the old account numbers in there. So you had all of the prior year's data, 21 and 22, and the year-to-date of this year in the old line items. But what I also did was, what I then went forward and did with the whole budget is I actually merged them all. So got rid of all the old account numbers, took all of the historical data and put them into the new line items. So as if we never made any changes, but we had all of the new accounts. So you will see historical information, and that will be highlighted in a different color, so you'll know which line items were changed and merged.
But we're not going to use that this year. Going forward, we're going to go with the new.
We'll have those old accounts in there for a couple years because the historical data will still be in the old account numbers. But for the budget and the actuals going forward, it will go away eventually when when those years drop off.
What's the reasoning behind it? Is it the new general ledger numbers to go to?
No, like Josh made mention of some of them. We had a lot of one-line departments.
No, I understand that. So it doesn't relate to the general ledger changes that were.
No, I had some general ledger changes because the account numbers, particularly in the debt administration, the account numbers were not set up correctly. They're supposed to be principal sections and they're supposed to be interest sections. So I did set up new accounts. You'll see for like the clean water debt, you'll see that there's new accounts for those. You'll wonder why. It's because those are sort of trying to standardize those where they belong. But the rest of it was for categorization purposes. Employee benefits all in one location, not sort of scattered around. Josh talked about the other shared costs, just sort of making it a little easier to read and more along the lines of, I think, other towns' budgets and in line with how they are categorized for the audit.
Does this new software that you have allow that? And the
Well,
other
no,
software
the only thing we did was upgrade. It just upgraded the method to the background of the software. It didn't. We have not done any financial upgrade in terms of that.
Okay.
When we at some point get to that point,
I saw the typing difference, so I thought maybe you did some sort of upgrade.
no, because the budget right now is not in the system right now. It's all being done outside of the system because it's very tedious to do it within the financial system to make changes. It's much easier to make changes on the fly within the document that we have. We have a lot of things that are tied to schedules that are now tied together, make it much easier. If I had my computer here and you wanted to see what changes would be, yeah.
Formulas.
Yep. Thank you. I'd like to suggest that we have a special meeting, either the end of this week or beginning of next week, to talk about all these shifts within the framework of the budget and just to understand all the stuff that's in there. Because we have the Board of Ed on Monday, and then we start having to make decisions, and if we wait until April 3rd to have it, we'll have condensed our time to make decisions. So I think that as a board, because we just got all this stuff, so I think it would be good for us to have a walkthrough with the finance director and Josh on what changes were made within the departments, et cetera. So I don't know what all your calendars look like, but I think we should meet.
I encourage that. I would ask, though, if it's at all possible to wait until the beginning of next week or middle of next week, given the bond sale on Thursday and all of the wild number of things I'm going to have to catch up on Friday after that.
It may be the 30th, Thursday.
It's fine with me.
Well, I mean,
I have to look at my calendar. I don't know if I can make it then.
well, we got to meet before we meet again on April 3rd.
Understood.
I don't think we can leave this going. It's a lot of stuff we have to look at.
Could be Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Tuesday, we have a sewer meeting on the 28th.
Yep.
We have a what meeting?
Sewer meeting on the 28th.
Well, we don't have to go at 7, we can go at 5.
Or we could meet before the Board of Ed public hearing.
Water and sewer meets at 6. So we could do it at 5. That would definitely, or we could do it before that if you wanted to, because I'm here from 4 onward. So
Well, water and sewer meets at 5.
we meet at 6.
6. Is their
Yeah.
meeting more than an hour?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Josh, just reach out to everyone tomorrow. And
Yeah, well, we'll do
get
a
good
poll.
time.
Okay.
Wednesday, the 29th?
No, we're going.
I think that the documents that you'll be getting will give you some clarity in terms of what we have done. And I don't want to overload you with too much. I have the budget separated by old account, new account, where I left all the old accounts, but I kind of matched them all up so they're right next to each other, which might be helpful for some people. And then I also did the merged document. So I have both of those. And those might be helpful to kind of give you a better sense of how the merge took place and how the moves were. That might answer some of the questions even ahead of time of sitting down and going through them all. Good.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 9, correspondence. Does anyone on the board have anything? Seeing nothing. Item 10, boards and commissions. Steve?
Okay, thank you, Todd. The only activity we have for this evening is to acknowledge the resignation of Andrea Krowecki from the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Commission. She is a permanent member, and the term would have ended in October, in April. So we'll thank her for her service to IWWC, and realize that causes another vacancy. And we also have vacancies in the Architectural Review Committee, the Conservation Commission, Laurel City Commission, and Inland Wetlands and Watercourses. We did have a vacancy anyway, so this gives us another. The Rec Board and the ZBA. So we're looking for volunteers out there to get involved in our boards and commissions and help us out. That's it for now, Todd.
Thank you, Steve. Moving on to item 11, unfinished business.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would recommend, in the interest of some of the people who have joined us tonight, who have been waiting very patiently, that we move items 12A and B up, and then proceed with item 11A following those two.
Can we have a motion to move up item 12A and 12B?
I'd do that.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Item 12A, consider and possibly act on an easement on town-owned land for 352 West Wakefield Boulevard. Josh?
Are there materials you need me to pull up?
You know, I didn't know to email anything, but I did print some stuff out.
That's great.
It was the letter that I sent you.
Okay.
That kind of, and unfortunately, I didn't know how many people were coming, so I have 4 of them. So I don't know if you guys can-
Is that the one that's in here already?
And I know that the board has received some materials.
Okay, so you guys have this, okay, great. Brian Godin, 352 West Wakefield. Sorry, guys, I didn't know I was on the agenda. I didn't see it, so the way my property sits, it sits where the town property goes through my front yard and about 4 feet into my house. And on the front side of the house, what I'm trying to do, there's a wood, the woman that owned it before me, she put up like 6x6 or 8x8 beams, kind of a flower bed in front of the house. And I'm not sure if people have seen the pictures, but I have it here, what it is. I could pass
Is this on
these
the
around.
roadside?
Have you seen? This
Is
is
on the ro-
352?
No, is it on the roadside?
It's on the roadside, yeah. So and I'll pass these around just so you guys at least have them, and you guys can. Duplicates, if you don't mind here.
So these aren't on the water side, these are on the.
This is on the street side, and it's. You could just. There's probably about a 4-foot flower bed from the street in front of my house, and then there's a concrete sidewalk that's probably 2 feet to the house. And the wood beams are falling, they're leaning forward just over time, and what I want to do is just replace it with mason. What I'm hoping to do is not change any of the way it lays out. I'm not changing the dimensions. All I want to do is just pull the wood beams out and go a rock with a rock top. In the pictures I sent there, shows kind of what I want to replace it with. It's just going to be a straight up mason rock, same width. I'm not going to really change anything. It's just going to be a cleaner look in the front if you can kind of see what was sent. You guys don't have color pics, but it's just going to be a rock wall.
Have you gone to the planning and zoning with this thing?
Well, I was told I couldn't.
So I'll walk through the steps soon, but the first step really will be a discussion and decision by the board tonight. I'll talk through that in just a moment.
Okay. It was, originally I was going to present it through planning and zoning and go through the wetlands and all that, but I was told because it is an easement, it's not my land, and that the land can't be deeded back to me, so I'd have to ask to build, I guess, on the town land to change this wall that's leaning forward.
What's the side yard?
The side yard is, there's a bunch of rocks that have been always stacked up there. All I want to do is, while the mason was there, was just to clean it up and stack them so they don't fall over. If my kids are over there playing where the dog goes, those rocks are just a bunch of loose rocks, kind of just piled up on the side. You can kind of see on the picture there what's there. All I want to do is just take those rocks and clean it up and make a little wall there. Probably, it's going to be, I don't know, probably a 2-foot wall.
But didn't I read something about fill or grasses? Were you the one? Is this the one with in here you're talking about grasses and keeping rocks?
Oh, okay, so that is the opposite side of the house. There was, on that side, there was, and I don't know if that can be done here, if I have to go to wetlands for that, but there was a bunch of like dirt and rock that was on the side, and the water just ran down freely. So I just put decorative rock over that, because grass wouldn't grow on there. I just thought it would look better than just weeds coming out of the ground. I was told that I may have to move that. I would prefer not to, because it's pervious. The water runs through it the same. It's just going to be muddy. If anything, the water will run faster through there. I was asked by Stephen before he left if I could put grass there, but he looked at it and there was just no way to plant grass because it's all rock down below there. So if I could remove the decorative rock, and you've probably seen the pictures of what that looks like. Have you seen that on
Well,
that?
the reason I'm asking is just, because every year we get the lake assessed for nutrients and whatnot.
Yeah.
So the latest report said that one of the things we have to watch for is the sediment coming in from all the watershed, meaning properties.
Okay.
So on that side yard, you'll probably, the rocks and, the smaller rock that makes things slow down and is impervious and is filtered would probably be good.
Okay. I would love to leave, I got the bigger rocks so they wouldn't wash into the water. They're I don't know, they're probably, whatever, they're river rocks, so the water just runs through. It just sort of slows it up, and it's less mud. It's just kind of it's a softer rock.
Yeah, just keep that in mind, because otherwise you're swimming in dirt.
Yeah, oh, no, I understand that, so the pictures have gone
Don't wanna
around,
be
so.
doing
So what I'm really looking for from the town is the front flower beds. I just would like to replace that with mason work. And this other one here, I don't know, that's my property, so I don't know if I have to ask the town to just rebuild this wall with these rocks. Can I, stack them on top of each other and put concrete, through a mason, a professional mason?
And so, a little bit about the process. We're not just hearing this tonight, but we also have another application up by the lake, not dissimilar situation, but we'll let them talk about that in just a moment. The town attorney has already reviewed both of these applications, for lack of a better way to put it, that have come forward, and has made a recommendation to me that I pass it along to you, so that if you're amenable to it, if you think that this is reasonable, you can put it forward through the easement acquisition process. The way that our charter reads and the way that it's been interpreted over the years is any granting of an easement counts as the sale of town-owned land, which means before you're going to planning and zoning about any concerns that they might have or inland wetlands, they're going through the process to say, we are giving permission for the town's land to be amended to grant this easement to some extent. So this is the first step in the process. The Board of Selectmen saying we endorse it to the point that we would like the Planning and Zoning Commission to conduct an 824 referral, where they will examine the proposal, they'll hold it up against the Plan of Conservation and Development and say, is this something that is valid and helps support our Plan of Conservation and Development? They'll report back to you with a yes or no recommendation, and at that point you make a final determination as to if it should go forward to a special town meeting or not. It's at that special town meeting where the granting of the easement could occur. So obviously this is a little bit of a lengthy process, and you've been very patient with us, Mr. Godin, and with this whole process. So we appreciate that.
Are you talking about 824 or 840?
This is 352 West Wakefield Boulevard that we're talking. 840's next, but it's going to be a very similar conversation.
There's
Yeah.
two conversations.
Yeah, there's two.
There's two, okay.
So
Yes.
I'd ask Josh, and I'll ask now, is there a way to do a temporary easement to let them fix things and not convey it permanently?
My understanding is that there is. I talked to Kevin about it. However, anytime that any work would need to be done on the parcel again, even if it's within this approval, you would need to come back after the allotted amount of time has elapsed.
Right, well, if he builds it right, they won't have to come back.
Well, it'll be built right, yeah.
Brian, you're only talking about 352.
Yeah, 352, yeah. We bought it 2 years ago, and it was we've redone everything, and we're trying to get through and the last of it is a little bit of this
And
mason.
all of these photos are on 352.
Those are all 352, yeah, and it's all the front yard, which is really the town property.
What you have in your packet is 352. What you're going to see presented is going to be 840 East Wakefield Boulevard. So, we'll get to that in a moment.
What would be my next steps then, if that's the case? It said I have to go through.
So if the Board of Selectmen is agreeable tonight, they're going to send it to Planning and Zoning, which meets a week from today, and they will take it, examine it against the Plan of Conservation and Development, and give a recommendation back here. They may want to speak with you. They may feel like they have enough information with what you provide in the
Okay.
packet, but they will reach out and let you know either to
Okay.
attend or not attend.
Okay, good, okay.
And is it possible, as Candy asked, could we do a temp?
It's possible.
Could we do that temp tonight?
You can't grant it out of hand tonight. You have to go through because it has to be approved by special town meeting because it's a sale of town-owned land.
A temporary easement? That's what I'm trying to get away from, is having to go through the whole sale of it. It's just a temporary easement to repair.
Interesting. That is
Because-
not a question that I asked Kevin.
Because if it was a temporary easement, they could all fix what they have to fix.
And get it fixed without going through a town meeting?
Right.
Well, you'd have to go through town meeting ultimately afterwards, no?
Not if you don't convey it to them, because this is all permanent conveyance. This is like permanent, runs with the land, never comes back to the town.
So you're basically just saying, give a one-time approval, do what you need to do, get it done, and then come on back to us. What I would recommend in that case is, I apologize, I didn't take your meaning. I thought you simply didn't want to convey it, but you still wanted to go through the normal process. Kevin and I didn't talk about if we would need to go through a special town meeting in the event that it's only a temporary conveyance. I would recommend, if the board's amenable to this, put it forward to planning and zoning now for an 824. I will hold that communication from planning and zoning until I've had the chance to speak with Kevin. If there's an opportunity to move forward without going through that whole rigmarole, we can come back at your next meeting and grant that if you're amenable. But if otherwise, if we do need to go through the approval process, at least it's already been referred to planning and zoning.
We're just talking about the temporary for 352.
Yes.
Yeah, you just said 824 again.
824 for.
824
planning and
referral.
zoning.
Yeah, sorry, that might be the confusion. Within the general statutes, an 824 referral has to be done where you.
Okay,
Okay.
got it.
Okay.
Got it. I thought you were talking about 824 East.
No, sorry. I'm talking about general statutes when I talk about 824.
Is that something that you'd be okay with?
So best case scenario, I mean, I'm just hoping to get it done, and I was hoping to get it
But
done
you'd be
before we
okay
get
with
into
the
the summer. If it was temporary, I don't really need to have access to the land. I mean, as long as it's, I mean, my goal is to just make it look identical to what it is, just to get rock where it doesn't lean against the house, because eventually it's just gonna cave in, and there really is probably 2 feet tops for me to walk in front of that little wall to my house. It's a really tiny
So if we
area.
could save you some time, that would be
It
helpful.
would be nice to, I mean, if I can replace the wall and do the side, yeah, and then, yeah, I'd like to be finished up on that. And I'd like to know on the rocks, if I need to move the side rocks too, and I don't know who to talk to on that, because I had to put a bond up when I put my dock up 2 years ago, and they're still sitting on my bond for the dock in the back. Or wetlands, yeah, so I have a bond in that, so I have to go to wetlands?
You have to talk to Pam.
To Pam, okay.
Yep.
All right, so at this point, you're gonna reach out to the attorney and, or you're gonna go to, what's the next step, I guess?
Well, like I
And
said,
so-
I would recommend that the board make, if the board's amenable, that the board make a conditional approval that this be referred to planning and zoning for a Connecticut General Statutes 824 referral, where they'll review it against the Plan of Conservation and Development. And on the condition that if it is not required for the granting of an easement, it simply be put back on the next Board of Selectmen agenda so that you can grant the temporary easement.
Which would be a month from now, right?
2 weeks.
Okay, 2 weeks, okay, yeah. My attorney, Paul Jessel, made it sound like that could happen. It could be just a temporary, you wouldn't have to really deed it over, you know, it wouldn't have to,
Yeah,
just,
that's.
it could be just
because
done
if it-
just to do the
because
work.
I'm not so sure where I sit with the deeding it over,
Yeah,
you know, because,
I
I mean, the
understand.
town has, you know.
Yeah,
we've-
he
we've had
was
a lot
told-
of- We've had a lot of issues with easements.
yeah.
You know,
He
and
was
access.
told that you would not, that the town did not want, well, at least my attorney told me that you did not want to deed it over, that it would have to be an easement, a temporary easement, or whatever you
Yeah.
call it, so,
Yeah.
just to fix the wall.
Because you wanna
so.
get it fixed, so.
That's all, I just want to have it fixed, so I don't worry about it
You
caving
wanna
in
get
over
it
the
fixed,
summer,
right?
that's all, so.
And you guys wanna get it fixed.
We have a different situation,
Okay.
totally different situation.
Okay. So not the same.
Not the same, similar, in terms of looking for an easement in and around the lake.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay, so I'll wait to hear from you, I guess, Josh, on that, as far as?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I
And
will let you
then-
know one way or the
And
other.
then should I reach out to Pam on the bond money on that? I don't know where to go, because everything's tied together. They wanted me to finish everything before they released back the bond I did for my back wall.
I'll check in with Pam about that and let you know as well.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that situation.
I can call
so-
Pam. I mean, Pam's great. She's always been,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
okay. I'll put a
absolutely.
call on
That
her.
would be a great thing.
Everybody, that's it? We're all set?
I would recommend that the board make a motion to the effect of referral to planning and zoning in the event that a temporary easement requires an 824 referral. I know that's a little confusing, but I hope
It's
it's
not
understood.
confusing, but I don't know that I would vote for permanent conveyance.
Well, but you could specify that it's an 824 referral for a temporary conveyance in the event that it's required under the charter. And that I simply don't forward it to planning and zoning in the event I talk to Kevin and he says you can approve it at your next meeting.
Oh, so I make a motion that we send it to an 824 referral for a temporary easement at 352 East Wakefield Boulevard to make and complete repairs as requested.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion?
The only thing I would suggest is that if the town ever approves this, and it goes ahead and the town's Public Works Department is sitting on your land doing work, there better be a sign here saying this is town-owned land, because somebody's gonna say, what's going on? Somebody's working, the town's working on a piece of private property. It's hard to tell sometimes, you know, and if I was driving by there and I saw, you know, they're repairing a wall and a piece of property, I'd say, what's the Public Works doing on a piece of private property?
Yep.
So somewhere, you have to make sure that there's an acknowledgement that the piece of property that we're working on is town-owned land.
I've got the survey here showing where.
Oh, I know that, but if you're driving by,
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, yeah, I understand that, so.
All in favor? Unanimous?
All set? Okay,
Just gonna pull up your.
all right. And by the way, that's my first meeting I've been to. Hats off to you guys, that's pretty tough. Take a beating up there.
Won't get many volunteers.
that's why we get paid the big bucks, come on.
I know. We got a beautiful Monet that has nothing to do with it. Might have been Highland Lake 20 years ago.
Like Paris.
Good evening. My name is Jim Pagano. This is my wife Eileen Pagano. We own a home at 840 East Wakefield Boulevard. We're looking for an easement to repair a retaining wall. We've owned this property since end of December of 2016. The property was not maintained. It was in very poor condition, and slowly but surely, we started to clean it up. And what we found, we knew this coming in, we knew that there was situations that we had to resolve, and we came into the town, and we asked, okay, what's the process so that we can fix certain things on the property? And one of the things they recommended, first thing was, please, get yourself a survey that shows the existing conditions of your property. So if you could show that. This is the property. We hired Peter and Jason Keefe right down the block here on Main Street to perform this survey. And what happens is, this is Highland Lake. Of course, now it's not working. So it won't show on the screen. There it is. So this is Highland Lake out here. It won't show. Right there, okay? East Wakefield Boulevard is right here, all right? The retaining wall is from this green line that goes in this northwest direction.
Am I getting it right?
You can pull it up on Google Maps too, you know.
That's true.
No, this is fine. So where's your, so the retaining wall is from this point right here and extends all the way to here. All right, and as you can see, the green line designated, and we found, based on the survey, that part of this retaining wall is on town's land. All right, so what we did then was we hired a local professional engineer, Jason Dismukes out of Goshen, and came up with what we would have to do to repair this wall. Next slide. The wall itself is a reinforced concrete wall with, over here to the left is the lake, and then up towards the top you see existing concrete slab. Higher than that, up and over here, is East Wakefield Boulevard. This is the existing retaining wall. And what's happened is when they put the retaining wall in, they put in a weep holes. They're spaced 4 or 5 along the length of the wall. What the weep holes are there for is that there are hydraulic pressures from groundwater, either surface or when it comes below and percolates into the ground and goes and pushes up against the wall. So what happens is they put weep holes in so that the water can come out without pushing the wall over. When they built the wall, though, they actually backfilled it around the weep holes with pea gravel, all right, instead of regular stone. And what's been happening over the years is between the hydraulic pressure on the backside of the wall and the wakes that caused from the boats coming by have actually taken the stone, pea gravel, and pulled it out from behind the wall. And what we have is we actually have a void behind the wall, and it started to cause a problem where we have voids and you can hear hollowness underneath the slab. All right? So if you
How
go
are,
to the
how are,
next.
how are the weep holes connected to the lake? Because I'm looking here on Google.
So if you give me
Google
2
Map.
minutes, we'll
Okay,
get
you'll
to
do that.
what weep holes look like, and you can actually see pictures of the lake. So what Jason Dismukes, the engineer, came up with was he wants to take the existing wall, which is in the upper left, all right, and he's going to extend the footing out 3 extra feet. All right, then he's going to take a 4-inch PVC pipe with holes in it, all right, and then that PVC perforated pipe will connect into the weep holes, all right, so that what's going to happen then is you surround that pipe with stone, large stone, 3/8 minimum, all right, then you take that stone and you wrap it with filter fabric, all right, what that allows you to do is it will not allow the stone to go back into the lake. It will also provide the filter fabric does not allow the backfill to infiltrate into the stone and clog it up. And you'll have that permanently. What he's also done is he's put these buttresses, there's 5 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along this wall. He's tying the existing wall and existing footing into the new footing, all right? So all this work will then be backfilled back up with good free draining material. Next slide.
I think you should be in the inland wetlands. One of our volunteers.
Oh, I will have, no, I'm gonna have to go before them, I know that too. I just wanted to show you, this is a
No, no,
picture
no,
from
I
the
mean-
from the state of Connecticut, a 1980 aerial photograph that shows the wall is there, all right, it's there and it hasn't changed, and we have no intentions of changing anything there. Next slide, Josh. This is what I was talking about. To the left of the green railing is the lake itself. This is the concrete deck. You can see there are holes. You see that it's spalled and deteriorated all the way back. It's all hollow back there. What we have done is actually taken a rug and put it over it, and we walk to the back side. I consider it unsafe. We need to take care of this problem. Now, off to the right here, about 5 feet higher, is East Wakefield Boulevard. So we're talking about a difference here that if we don't take care of this issue, there's the potential that we could potentially damage East Wakefield. I just want you to remember, take a look at this slide right here. Just see how, what it looks like, because I want to just remind you about what it looks like later, all right? This is the wall itself. You can see here on the bottom left, that is one of the weep holes, but you can see the crack that's occurring because it actually has started to move. Next slide, Josh. You can see it's out of plumb, it's out of vertical, and if you look you can actually see the small pea gravel sitting in the bottom of the lake where it's been pulled out. This was during the deep drawdown a couple of years ago. That's a photograph. Next one. You can see here there's multiple weep holes, and you can see the black line where the water line was, and you can see, if you think about it, every time a wake comes in, it takes the rock out, and you can see all the rock sitting in the floor of the lake there. This is what that same slide that I showed you reminded you of. Take a look at that. This is the spring of 2017 when we started working on this place. what we came to. That's East Wakefield Boulevard where the truck is. You can see how close we're talking about here. You can see the height difference between there and the lake itself. There's a green railing is still there. Next picture. Some of the debris we took out, there was actually people, because it was in such poor condition there, they started dumping around there. We had to clean that up too. This is the opposite side of the property and what it looked like when we got there. And this next slide, this is what my life has turned it into.
Nice job.
All right. So the question is, you right, is it temporary? I don't think we can do this as a temporary. I think you're gonna have to send this as a permanent, but of course, if you wanna go back,
Because this is the wall, the structural wall.
the wall is the start. If you wanna go back to the survey itself, if you don't mind. If you look at this survey and you look at the house, the town property is actually within my house. See the green line?
Which one's the house?
The house is the square that's right,
Yeah, okay.
right there.
Third square down.
You're at, so any type of work, that even changing a window, changing the siding, we'd have to come to you every time. So, sooner or later, I have to go and get re-sided, you know, whatever I have to do. So again, we hired Curly Grimes from Kramer and Anderson over here in Litchfield to put together a draft of this easement. We sent it on to Kevin Nelligan, who reviewed it and finalized it. And we're here to just say, we really need this, guys, to do this work. I know I still have to go before, you just said the zoning. I eventually have to go to Inland Waterways, I'm aware of that too. I had some discussions with them. Like I said, that's how we got this process started. That's why we went and got this survey, so that we can see that, everybody can see what's on the existing property and where everything was.
You won't be able to get this work done with the water level as it is now.
No. I don't think so. I have given it to two contractors, a local contractors, Matt Clausen, and also somebody from from Evergreen, either concrete or construction, and they have a copy of the Jason Dismuke's fix. There is the potential that you could plug the weep holes, and it might hold the water back, that it might be enough that you could potentially do it. But it's probably gonna be costly versus wait till October, November when you have the 4-foot drawdown this year and just take care of it then.
So you're looking to do this work in October.
I think it'll probably be more cost effective for us personally to do it then.
It'll be the middle of November.
Yeah, by the time the drawdown happens, yeah. But
What's the
again,
drawdown this year?
Huh?
4 foot.
4.
4 foot?
4 foot.
He should have it for that spot. He won't have it in front of his house. It won't be in front of his house. The water probably won't get down low enough in front of his house. Down there, it usually needs the big deep draw.
I can just about
You're
get
not
to
in
the
front
bottom.
of, but you're not in front of the house with any work, right?
No,
You're just by that
no,
green line.
It's
You're
in
just
our,
following
we
that
call it
green
our
line.
cove. It's our little
Yeah, your
square
green
there
line
that,
there.
wherever we park the
Yeah,
boat.
you
and
should,
stuff.
it should be down.
It should be far enough down, because it was far enough down this year that it was almost to the bottom step and you could see everything.
Yeah, it should be.
Any questions?
I'm a landlubber. I can't help you.
Okay.
I understand though.
I think I explained why we have to do it. I
Oh, yeah.
think I explained what happened. I think it's an issue that it's not only an unsafe condition for
For the lake,
us,
too.
but for the lake, because East Wakefield is right there, and the water, and it goes straight up, the mountain goes straight up right behind, on the south side of East Wakefield. So all that water is either coming off that mountain or percolating into the ground and coming up against this wall.
I'm just curious, when was the property built?
1970 something, I think.
So
from what I
nobody
hear.
in the town had the property right there and nobody checked that, apparently back then?
Ziegler?
It's like this at the
Was the
lake
builder?
everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Because
Ziegler
it
was
all.
I mean, the town property going through this particular
It's
piece?
everywhere. It's like when Matt was talking about complex issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, and you get one surveyor and the lines go this way, and another survey, the lines go that way.
According to Peter Keefe, this place, these roads were laid out with what they call a curve, not survey. Basically, it looks like cartoon color. You do highways by that, not land surveys.
The only ones that really understand it are Peter Keefe and DeCara, and they're both retiring. And
Well, Peter's still around.
Yeah,
In
he
fact, he was here and found the east, we had to find the westerly portion of that easement so we could give it in the Schedule A condition. He went back to 1926 and 1903 in your town records to find that. And based on that, he actually pulled that line and pulled it further where I thought it was not in my house, and technically it is in my house.
When you bought it, didn't you have to have a survey done?
No, you don't have to have a survey.
No, you don't.
That's right, only if you're gonna make a,
The survey's in the records, so
Yeah.
you're buying the property that's in the book.
only if you're gonna make changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, or to
Yeah,
verify.
I'm not making any changes. We are not expanding this. My great-grandchildren are gonna keep it just the way it is. The only thing I've done is I have to make repairs to the decks and to the wall and all that. Once I get to the decks, it's in the mortar base because it's my side. But again, even if I change the siding on the house, technically I would have to come back to you.
so when you put up these walls, it will hold up the road as well.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And if we ever, like, we're gonna fix the road in that area, would there be enough?
There is.
Will your wall be high enough to be able to have
Yes.
a?
Right now, there's a curb line that's right there that you guys actually put in, because when I bought the property back in December of 16, there was no curb. And you have two catch basins right there as a low point. And I actually put some sandbags down to try and force the water into the catch basins versus onto our property. And then the town highway department was kind enough to come in. It took them till about July, after we got there in December. They actually put an asphalt curb in that kind of directed the flow into the catch basins versus
When
on our
when
land.
you're doing the work, is the catch basin by the wall?
No, nowhere near the wall.
Okay.
Well, nowhere near the wall, no.
No, because
The catch basins, you can see the catch basins right there. See the black
I
squares?
can't see, you have to understand, I have contacts.
Oh, to see the black squares? I don't think it'll show it.
I
That's why.
see the square.
Josh, could you show me the catch basins? There's one, and on the opposite side of the street, and if you look, it's to the west of the wall, right?
No, I
It's the
just-
west of the retaining wall, you're out, the
And
outflow.
where's the outlet for that?
The out is in, we don't want to talk about that, it's under my decks.
Well, just, the reason I'm asking is because if it's not a catch basin with a sump, it's a straight pipe. If it's a straight pipe, it carries everything through. If you replace a catch basin with a sump, at least you catch some of the sand and stuff like that. So if it was somehow connected to the excavation during the wall, at the same time they replace it with a catch sump, it would be nice.
Again, the wall that we're taking care of is right up against the lake. The wall that the catch basin is up right up against the south or the north side of East Wakefield. But there is the catch basin on the south side was just replaced. So, and I think they put a bigger, and it might have a retainage pit in the bottom of it. One of the things you might think about, the highway department, if you go to New York City, they have what they call a bell. And what it does not, you have to, none of the local debris can actually get straight through the pipe. It has to be coming up and through.
Yeah, if you saw Frank was here earlier, he's gone now.
He just told us exactly that.
He told us that, yeah, so.
He gave us the
So
exact same
someday in our
There is it's called something, I forget, my brain's not working, but there is a pipe that allows the water to come in, but doesn't allow the debris to get straight into the pipe and go out into the lake. Just sinks down.
Bell sump.
Yep.
So,
It's a bell sump.
Okay. Yeah.
So-
Any more questions? I'm sorry.
so, is it time for a motion or no?
Well, this does not appear to be like the other one, like a temp.
And that's what I was trying to get across. I don't think we can move. with this.
If you let me make the motion, you'll be happy. I'd like to make a motion to send 840 East Wakefield Boulevard to an 824 referral for a easement on the property.
Second. Thank you, Candace. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Sorry.
Unanimous?
This is a copy of what you just saw on the screen. So that I don't give it out beforehand because people tend to be.
You want us to?
I want to keep them for wetlands.
Yeah, you
It's
can
not
keep
an
it.
issue. I will make more copies.
Yeah, but the earth might like it.
Pardon me?
The earth might like that you use it.
Hey, Josh, this has all been reviewed by Kevin already?
Yes. Yes, it has.
Excellent presentation.
Moving on to,
May I just make a comment? Again, these numbers were an 842. The reason I was talking about 842, because in the capital improvement plan, there is a town-owned retaining wall at East Wakefield Boulevard at house number 824. And
Numbers just keep coming up.
yeah, so there's an 824 retaining wall there.
A lot of numbers around, house numbers everywhere.
Yeah.
My house number's in 3 towns, with the same road number, name.
Well, it's just, okay, what are we talking about? And then there's, the easement is an 824, 842, thank you for that.
item 11, unfinished business. Item A, 23-09B, consider and possibly act on proceeding with the adoption process for the codified ordinances. Josh?
So it's now been a month since the ordinance codification project materials were all posted on the town's website. We had a pretty lengthy public discussion a month ago about the fact that the goal of the ordinance codification project is not just to go through, make sure that everything is in line with the general statutes, make sure that all of our references to the general statutes are still up to date and accurate, make sure that everything that's within our ordinances is I guess, in line with the statutes and with our charter, but it's also to actually get adopted. So we've done all of this work. Now, in order to adopt the codified ordinances, the Board of Selectmen needs to review them just like they would any other change to the ordinances. The primary change in this case, of course, being structural to the way in which they're laid out and the way that they're presented, but there are some changes that have been made over time to update things as I just described. So a month ago, we posted, at the board's direction, staff posted information on the town's website so that the public would have full access to it. Now, a month later, it's back in front of you to begin the 3-meeting process. So if the board is interested, they can recognize this as being the first meeting in our ordinance adoption process and make recognize the fact that you're moving forward to the next step, being step 2. Right. If we are moving forward, then the third and final meeting where these could be considered and put into effect would be as early as April 17th. So nothing's changed within those codified ordinances. Nothing will change unless it's brought forward at a public meeting by all of you. I just recommend that you keep moving this process along.
Move it forward.
So, we need a motion, so it's on the bottom. Did you get us a motion?
I ask that the Board of Selectmen, please, I make a motion to move the codification project forward. The second phase of review at the next meeting.
And to adopt it. To adopt the ordinances.
Pardon, to adopt the ordinance.
Yeah, because we have to adopt the ordinances. That's changed.
Right. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Discussion?
Just that the entire document is 602 pages long.
And you'll be able to search it once it gets on.
Any other discussion? All in favor of moving on to the next step? Unanimous, thank you. Item B, 23-11A, consider and possibly act on tax abatement items. Josh?
So there was an item that was shared in your packet for this meeting, and then there was an updated item that I handed out to you at the beginning of this meeting. I know that it's late, and this is probably something that deserves a little bit more time, more discussion and more consideration from the Board of Selectmen. But let me share with you what I've learned in these past 2 weeks. Any tax abatement that goes forward from the town needs to not only be approved by the legislative body, which in this case is the Board of Selectmen, it also needs to be specifically authorized by the Connecticut General Statutes. So in this case, with a little bit of work with the town attorney and the assessor's office, we found that there is one particular part of the Connecticut general statutes that seems to be directly applicable to what was proposed and discussed at the last meeting. And that's section 12-65B. It specifies that there can be an agreement between a municipality and an owner or leasee of real property, et cetera. And by an affirmative vote of the legislative body for a period of not to exceed 10 years, the party can be assigned a fixed assessment. The fixed assessment can change over the course of those 10 years, but it's fixed in agreement both with the party and with the Board of Selectmen. That would allow for basically an abatement that we in such a term as we discussed it at our last meeting. There are very specific purposes that this type of abatement can be given to. It does generally need to be given for, and there's information on the back too if you flip it over. It does have to deal with some level of economic development or new improvement to be brought to the town. So subsection, I guess, 12-65B, section 2B9 states that a recreation facility is permissible under this, and after review, Kevin and I are both in agreement that if the 630 Main Street building, formerly the Methodist Church, is going to be turned into a performing arts center, a recreational facility is an apt title for such an improvement. So the Board of Selectmen has an opportunity now to, under this, the general statutes, authorize an abatement to be given in an amount of your choosing. Or something could be negotiated between our attorney and their attorney and then brought forward to you for further due consideration. Or you may simply want to think about it a little bit more before you're making any kind of public commitment. I don't believe that Mr. Noon is here with us tonight to comment one way or the other. My understanding is that he has been accepted as the awarded party for the acquisition of 630 Main Street. And certainly, I know that he will feel that time is of the essence, and I'm sure he'd want me to share that with you. But that being said, this is a very large decision for the town. It's not every day that we have a tax abatement question of any kind come forward to us. But this does represent an appraised value of over $1 million, an assessed value of over $800,000 that could be brought onto the grand list in due time. It's just a question of at what point that would be brought on.
Can I ask a question about the assessment? Having looked at a lot of the, different parcels and stuff like that, I'm wondering if the assessment is actually a true assessment. Because it seems like they took buildings like schools and churches, things that don't get taxed that are nonprofits. It looks like they just let it escalate in value, but is it the true appraised value that we've heard about tonight, or just in general? So one, I'm wondering what the real appraised value of the property is, because I don't know that it would be worth $1 million, because of the work that needs to be done on the inside and all that kind of stuff, and the land and Main Street, other land that's there. That's the second thing. The first thing. The second thing is, if we were to go forward with this, I think there would really need to be some really strong language in the agreement, because what if it doesn't stay as what's proposed? What if it's going to change? Because there's a significant possibility that could happen, right? So we give this, we give an easement, an abatement, and then what happens when if it turns into something else that became, pretty profitable? And the third thing is, and I don't think I want to act on it tonight, is, what happens, what's the overall policy? We've been asked for this, but is this something that, I know with the former town manager with abatements, he was very hesitant on abatements for a reason. And we know that we have the enterprise zone that gives people their abatements, and they seem to get them from that. So I guess it would just take a little bit more time to think about it, because it's more of it's not just, it immediately impacts this one property. What does it do to other properties? Or what's the other potential? And should we have language in it that says something about something that is coming off, that's currently a nonprofit that becomes a profit, taxable property, versus something that's already taxable that wants to be eventually more taxable, but isn't? So all those other guidelines that would probably, we should be thinking about with this. And I know that some of you, Candace and
I
others, I think, had other thoughts on.
Well,
just
my
abatement.
understanding when I went and looked at our regulations, our policies, which link to the state policies, there's an opportunity zone, but the town has to apply, and that's a federal zone, and the town has to apply for that, and that relates specifically to entertainment. And that's, I don't think this is a recreational facility personally. I think it's an entertainment facility versus recreational. And then does that, if the town designates that, I mean, is that something economic development will be working towards, and then does that then affect the other property that he owns? You know, is he gonna keep going for other properties, you know, because they're both the dance hall or the theater? You know, so, you know, I'm not really sure about this at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I have some concerns. We haven't seen like a business plan or any investors. We have no idea what the selling price is. And he does have a facility that hasn't finished yet. And we need some more answers as to, we need a business plan, what his goals are and where the money's coming from, if this is, and a time frame.
So to try and address everything that I could write down, for an appraisal, I know through the purchasing process, an appraisal will have to be generated because there's going to be a mortgage on this. I will ask him to provide that as soon as it's available. I think that's a very fair ask. If it changes use, it's a very difficult place to be in because not only are we talking about something that could change use down the line, but we're also talking about something that could fail. And we have to recognize the fact that John is taking a big risk with this, and there's a reason that he's coming to us. This is not, you know, out-of-stater, multi-million-dollar corporation that's coming in and trying to turn a church into apartments. This is, you know, this is a very homegrown, grassroots effort to try and make something of that space. There's great risk that he's taking on, and the risk increases the more that we ask for in taxes. So there's risk on our end too, with how much do we want to offer in an abatement, if at all. And I understand that, but that's just more food for thought in terms of, you know, his success may be contingent on the level of abatement that we're able to offer. For an overall policy, you know, I have a very different perspective than Bob had on abatements. I worked in Windsor for a couple years where they were able to use tax abatements and incentives to attract, they have an Amazon distribution center, Amazon administrative offices, the Dollar Tree distribution center, and I believe now a Walgreens distribution center. That makes up over a third of their tax base. So that they have industry in the way that we have Highland Lake supporting their tax base.
But that's true, and that's exactly what our policy is, and our policy exists for businesses, not entertainment facilities.
Well, and
because we haven't applied for this opportunity zone, and it is a 10-year, same thing you're saying, but the other policy that we have specifically addresses, you know, real businesses like Amazon and all that. If that were to occur, you know, on the old Route 8 sector, absolutely.
And opportunity and enterprise zones both, they're very different animals, but they do accomplish a lot of the same things. Right. Neither of these being in an opportunity zone, you know, this property not being in either of those different types of zones, we unfortunately don't have an opportunity to try and move in that direction, which is difficult. And I understand that.
We're also still, you know, dealing with the 35 Willow Street decision that was made many years ago.
Yep, understood.
So.
Understood. And what I would encourage you, if there's any part of you that's interested in moving this forward, I would say let's have him back at the next meeting, ask him to bring a business plan, and let him know that it's probably not going to move forward until such time as he's providing us with more information. It sounds like that's enough of a concern to enough members of the Board of Selectmen that would be a wise next move.
Josh, I'd like to comment about the question, some of the language in 1265B.
Yep.
You've highlighted in bold for a period of not more than 10 years. We could make it 5 years.
Yes. You can make it 1 year.
We could make it 1 year. So if we want to see some relief right now to say, okay, get this thing going, we can give you a shorter period of time. We don't have to go in here and say, oh yeah, we'll do this for 10 years. If we're going to do anything like this for this one particular piece of property, and you know, I'm supportive of what he's trying to do because I think it will bring in additional dollars, but I'm not supporting a 10-year plan.
Understood.
I would like to support something like maybe 4 at the most right now, and then he can always come back at some point, and we could say, okay, we can extend it, but no more than 4 would I go for.
Wasn't his proposal 5 years?
The proposal was in year 5, so after 4 years,
Oh,
to be 100% on. So it would be 20%, he would pay 20% of the assessed value on 20% of the assessed value this coming year, and then 40, 60, 80. So in year 5, it becomes 100.
And Candace, to your point, recreation or entertainment, you know, as this provision calls for, and you say, Kevin has kind of said recreation, this looks like recreation, it's really entertainment. Recreation is
Entirely
a
different.
broad brush
It's like
stroke.
swimming pools and
So is
basketball
entertainment.
courts and things.
Huh?
So is entertainment. A lot falls under that umbrella.
Yeah, I guess, but, all right. Well, my suggestion is, let's take some time with this, but no more than 4 years. And, yeah, I'd like to see him come back with more information.
Okay, so table it for the next meeting?
Yep.
Item C, 23-13, consider and possibly act on extending the cold weather shelter to continue operation between now and April 15th. Josh?
Didn't we do this?
So we have to do it again because the charter only allows for authorizations to continue for a period of 60 days. So we are nearing the end of the second 60-day period in order to get it through the finish line of April 15th. And I do want to reiterate to everybody, because I have heard some strange rumors around that this is permanent and here to stay. This is a temporary warming shelter that's being funded with technically federal dollars passed through the state to the and that's being implemented on the local level, though we have no part in the implementation of it, except for this approval. This is going to close on April 15th, 2023, and it will not be extended thereafter, and that's not on the table at this moment.
I move that the Board of Selectmen authorize the extension of the authorization granted by the emergency ordinance adopted on November 30th, 2022 regarding the Northwestern Regional Overnight Warming Shelter currently operating at 115 Spencer Street, Winstead.
Second.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Candace. Thank you, Jonathan. Any further discussion on it? Seeing none, all in favor of extending? Unanimous? Thank you. New business, item C, 23-14, consider and possibly act on granting of a bid waiver for the purchase of used vehicles for use by town hall staff. Josh?
So I know that some of you don't like bid waivers, but I hope that you've had the chance to read this already and that you see the wisdom in this. Last year, we had $40,000 that was put forward to acquire a new vehicle for the town of Winchester. The bottom line, when you start adding up all of the people who need to use vehicles and who are putting themselves, our insurance, their insurance at more risk by having to take their vehicles and putting more money out the door by us having to pay mileage because they're using their own vehicles, it makes a lot of sense if we have not 2 vehicles for town hall employee use, but 3. I don't want to, we're tightening our belts though right now. I'm not trying to break the bank. I'm not asking you for another full new vehicle to be acquired for town hall. Rather, I would like to take the $40,000 that was allocated last year and I would like to split it in 2 and buy 2 used vehicles for town hall's use. We have previously had, and even at that time, it was very difficult to try and make sure that everybody who needed to use one of the vehicles had access to it. But we did used to have 2 vehicles. One of them died in fiscal year 2022, and it would have cost more to fix it than it would have cost to buy a used vehicle, as we're talking about now. So since then, we have been working on 1 town hall vehicle, and we've been waiting, I think, for prices to try and normalize, given that that's not happening to any major extent. I've been looking at the used market in the area and found that there are options at our disposal with $40,000 that where we could acquire 2 used vehicles that would do the town's work well, accomplish our needs, meet our needs. So I am asking for a bid waiver so that I may negotiate with up to that $40,000, hopefully lower, for 2 used vehicles that the town could acquire.
Josh,
Yes.
could we not use some of that money and refurbish the police car that's sitting out there? Instead, and use some cars that we already have, do a little repair on those cars, less money?
No, I'm actually going to go ahead and just say no. The police cars that are in use right now are in use either A, in use by the police department, or there's one, my understanding is that the exhaust system, the cost to that is so exorbitant, we might get a few extra years out of it, but it would cost the better part.
$20,000?
Not 20, but how many more years are you going to extend the life of a vehicle that's been running for most of its shelf life, sitting out in the police parking lot, that has an exhaust problem already? And there are some other safety issues I know that have come up with some of our old police vehicles. They are not like normal vehicles. This is not something that has your normal 10 to 20 year lifespan that hasn't been on the road all that much. In the grand scheme of things, these vehicles are hitting the pavement hard. They're more worn than the mileage might suggest. And the one vehicle that I think you're referring to outside, I don't feel comfortable actually having our officers be in it for that long. That's the vehicle that's going to be replaced this coming year in our capital improvement plan with the replacement of a police vehicle, and then we would be selling that off for scrap. I don't feel comfortable with that vehicle, but with the same $40,000, I think we could get 2 much better condition, much less run into the ground vehicles that are going to stand the test of time and that I'm more comfortable will be safe for the people inside them. And we're talking the same amount of money here, right? We have the $40,000 allocated.
Talking less money to repair a car.
So what about insurance costs, oil changes, gas costs? How's that gonna be covered? How many town hall staff cars have we had in the past?
So we've already budgeted in...
No, not what we budgeted for. How many historically have we had for town hall staff?
2, is my understanding.
So we have 1.
Yeah.
So we get 1 more.
Okay.
That's historic.
And yet, historically, we've also had a number of different town departments where we have had to pay considerable amounts of money in mileage. We could reduce that. We could reduce risk. We could find efficiencies if we had 3 town vehicles and make sure that everybody has access to what they need. You're not just talking about the building official and the fire marshal, who historically have been the only 2 who have traditional access to these vehicles. You're also talking about an enforcement officer. You're talking about your assessors. There are other staff members that need to make...
Didn't we just buy the fire department vehicle through the ARPA money?
The fire department. Fire marshal's not part of the fire department. Yeah.
Maybe naked chair. I don't know, we're going into this budget with like big money issues, you know, and so it's kind of like, you know.
But this was approved.
This was already approved, and what I was starting to say about the budget is that we have already budgeted for an amount of maintenance costs and gas and oil and grease and all of that related to the acquisition of a new car. So moving to 2 used cars that are not used nearly as much as our police vehicles or our public works vehicles, I think we can easily make that work within the budget. And you may also note that in the capital improvement plan, there's another $20,000 that I had put in there in case we needed to move towards buying new cars if you weren't interested in having 2 used cars, because there is a shelf life question when you're buying used. I could simply remove that from next year's budget and find some cost savings. So all in all, I'm trying to find a way to move forward that's as efficient as possible, using the money that we have at hand, remove the other requests from next year's capital improvement plan. And this is the idea that I came up with.
Have you looked at into leasing anything? I don't know if that's still
We can look into it. I have no problem with that.
Is that an option, or is that cheaper?
Don't carry dogs in it, so they probably could lease it.
Pardon me?
You're not carrying dogs in it, so you probably could lease it.
Yeah.
I don't know. if
So you would lease
I-
that, like, what, 300 a month, something like that? So 3,600 a year for 2 cars, so you're up to 7,200 plus insurance.
Okay.
But-
That's sad.
Ends
Okay,
that
God, I
option.
hear you.
Well, I mean, leasing is nice if you like to turn your cars over all the time, but.
Right.
But it does cost a bunch up front. I don't know, I just,
So where would you go for this? You're looking for a big.
Local
wave
dealerships.
this-
I'd be looking to
Have you-
literally go find what has the lowest mileage, what's the newest car that we can get for the money for the $40,000, and see what I can get. But right now with the bid
Subaru.
process, you can't bid out used
Subaru.
cars. It's just never going to happen. So I would need a bid waiver in order to go and be able to engage in some level of negotiation, just to see what's out there. I can't even start really having those conversations until I know that we have an honest shot of being able to buy them, which
So
requires the bid
you're-
waiver.
You're really thinking you need 2.
I am.
So 3 on the road at all times.
We've had situations where we've needed 4 or 5 people to have cars. I think that 3 is an absolute maximum, but I do think that it's the optimal number.
So in the capital improvement plan, there was something for Bart.
Engineer's vehicle, because
So
he's coming
this-
from
this
Public
is
Works.
something- This is,
This would
you're
just be
still
for
gonna
town hall.
want that.
Right.
Okay.
These 2 vehicles would be for town hall only.
They would be for town hall employees.
We haven't
Yep.
even approved the capital improvement plan.
Right.
The recreation director is another person who often needs to use a vehicle who hasn't had access to it historically. The list goes on.
So, right now, if any department head wants to take a trip someplace, check out some property for the town, do whatever, we're paying them mileage.
Yep.
And we're paying them.
We have to.
We're paying them mileage under the federal rates.
We have to.
Do we pay anything besides mileage rate?
No. But the mileage rate's considerable.
It's about 32.
No, 60, over 60 cents.
It's been a long time since I've got mileage.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
Long
yeah.
time for me.
I think it's like, so, where'd it go?
And then they can claim that also in their tax return.
Yeah, that's right. You know, if you do
Well,
that.
yeah, you have to be, well, if you get mileage, you get a thing. So, $20,000, eh? So, at the, ooh, here we go. Here's a little Civic that maybe matches in it. 2020 Civic, it says to call. A little Buick, a little Accord, 2009. Those are little Trax, 2 little Chevy Trax. That's it.
At one site.
Yeah, it
So
was like-
I've had the opportunity to look around quite a bit, and I have my eye on a
But you
couple
made
of
it sound like you
things.
don't look like anything.
Well, no,
Well, it sounded like you said you can't go talk.
I can't
or
go.
look.
I said I couldn't talk and negotiate over something I can't buy. I didn't say that I didn't look. In any case, my question to you all tonight is if you think you like the idea, I'd be happy to come back to you before I actually complete the purchase if you would like to have that level of supervision over the purchase that's been proposed. But if you're not interested in it, we can also go and buy the new vehicle. It's 6 of 1 to me. I'm simply trying to do the most we can with our money.
Now, if you're gonna use that money, I see the value of having 2 as opposed to 1, because then you're gonna say, well, hey, we can't get people out on the road enough times because we only have the 2 vehicles.
That's why I put more
That-
money in the capital
that-
improvement plan this year.
Well, I would opt for 2, the one that you have, and then a used vehicle, but I see the money is there anyway. I don't know, what are you working out? Did you work out some figures?
No, she was
No,
just looking.
I don't know, I'm having a really hard time with the third car.
I do too, but if the
That's
money's
okay.
already there for.
I mean, I give him a bid waiver to go buy a car now, 1 car. He could have a bid waiver for it, I'd have no problem with that, to go find one new car.
One used new car.
I'm stuck on the.
It's the quantity, not the.
You
Yeah,
can get
I'm
a
on
new
the
car.
quantity.
You can
I
get a
mean,
new
I don't-
car for
I mean,
40.
I don't mind that he goes and, negotiates and bids it or not bids it and has a bid waiver for that. I'm just,
It's okay either way, I promise.
Do we have a motion?
What do we need as a motion here? Authorize you to Do it?
Negotiate the acquisition of 2 used vehicles in a manner consistent with the bid waiver and amount allocated by the capital improvement plan.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any discussion?
I think we've had it.
Seeing no more discussion, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 4-3, it passes. Item.
So you can go get 'em.
Item 12 dash.
You go get it.
Item 12 dash 23 dash 15, proposed line item transfers.
So we have one proposed line item transfer. It's an amount of $5,000 within the Public Works Department. This is an intra-departmental transfer. So it would be from the overtime line within the Department of Public Works to the fleet repairs line. And this is related to the fact that they've had a significant savings within their overtime line as a result of relatively little snow. I know it doesn't feel like it this week, but relatively little snow throughout the winter. And they want to take the opportunity to conduct more repairs on their fleet. So there's a little bit more information from the Director of Public Works about Truck 43 within the packet, but I recommend that the transfer be authorized as presented.
Make that motion.
Thank you, Candy. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Linda. Any further discussion?
This will still leave enough money just in case we have an April storm or something like that?
Yeah.
Overtime?
Yeah, no problem.
We don't have employees to have overtime.
We don't have,
We do. Public Works, we're down employees.
Well, you're down employees, which means more people are going to have overtime.
Right, but it's less salary.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
But I do have something about if we save money in this overtime for the snow and salt. I'd like to, if you can kind of, well, hopefully, knock on wood, I don't cause another snowstorm. But if we have some money left from the, that account, that we look at some of the things that you've proposed in the next year's budget that may be able to be pre-bought in June, and be taken out of next year's budget to get that mill rate down. So that way we can get, I'm most concerned about the mill rate. I'm okay with spending some money to get things done, so I'm gonna be looking at shifts of way to spend one-time money, one time now, and get that mill rate down. So we could do the things we have to do with the mill rate up. So I thought that account might be one of the ones, instead of coming to the end of the year and just transferring it over into, more of the other things we normally do.
well, so,
Thank you.
well, in fact, if we're gonna do some of that stuff has to be done in late May. Some of those purchases started to be planned. Can't
Well,
wait till June.
I'm saying start planning it now, because if we know that one year we
Money's
transferred
allocated.
$200,000, right? You know, we transferred $200,000 because we had money left over in those accounts, because we had a mild winter and other things happened too. So if there's gonna be a large chunk of money in Public Works, let's make it work now, because we have it, and keep that mill rate
Yeah,
down.
not to wait till June.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying it now.
Okay.
Item 13, citizens' comments. The Board of Selectmen welcomes public comments. Speakers be limited to 3 minutes or less and may speak once. Please give your name. Who wish to speak? David.
Citizen David LaPointe, 11 Hillside Avenue. Just letting you know I had to use the facilities, and the sink underneath is leaking. Just wanted to let you know.
Thank you for letting me know.
Who else would like to speak? Come on up, sir.
Well, this is not too important. You folks are doing one heck of a fine job. But when it comes to the roads and the effort that it takes to redo a road, 3 years ago, they did Danbury Quarter Road. They milled it. They didn't do any of the crossovers. They made it a foot narrower to save on material. They made it 3/4 of an inch thinner. And if you drive down Danbury Quarter Road today, the road looks like that it has never been worked on. And to put all that effort into it and not do it the right way really, really bothers me, guys. That's something that, I've been in the building industry all my life, and it's to see the shoddy workmanship and the way that it was done. And now the road's all broken up because when you make a road narrow, your heavy trucks that you're plowing with are now right on the edge. They have no area for support. And what it does is it keeps breaking them, okay? They didn't do any of the crossovers. Now, you just did a beautiful job milling it and compacting it and everything. And now the crossovers, they weren't done. There's one above my house that they just filled it in. The crossover pipe, 20 inches, there's only half of it left. When they compacted it, when they milled it, they mashed it down even further to the point where when you get a heavy runoff, it washes out my driveway. That really, really, you know, if you're gonna sweep the floor, do it with a good broom. That's, you know, it's hard enough to work, expensive materials and stuff. They should be done with the same quality that is gonna make them last. Get your money worth from the work that you've done. That's my signature is quality workmanship, and it's always paid off.
Sir, can we get your name for the record?
Pardon?
Can we get your name for the
Herman
minutes?
Parent.
Thank you.
108 Embry Quarter.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Keep up the good work. I know it's tough.
Anyone else? Moving on to Selectmen's comments and reports.
I have two.
Linda?
Plans are firming up for the 85th Annual Rotary Pet Parade. It will be held Saturday, May 20. Poster boards for the Pet Parade poster contest have been distributed to the local schools. So be on the lookout for the advertisement for the Pet Parade by our young student artists. The 89th Laurel Festival is planned for June 2nd. Last year, over $7,000 in scholarship awards were distributed to all participants. Winston High School juniors and seniors are encouraged to apply and participate in the fun event. Applications and information packets are available on the town website under Government, Boards and Commissions, the Laurel City Commission. Packets will be available soon at Gilbert.
And the Laurel Commission's still looking for members, correct?
Always.
Are the parades combined again this year?
Yes, they are.
Candy?
Yeah, I don't know how you all want to make this happen, but I think we need to make a commitment to have a small committee, work with Josh to work on this, the reval and the assessors and the assessment process that happened with this, taking advantage of using Matt Smith when possible. I don't think we could just leave it, just hang out there. I think we need to have a formal kind of look at what has happened, where things are, and move forward from there. I think we need to take some action on it. So I'd like to see us do that.
I would like to participate. I did sit in with Todd at one of the assessment appeal hearings, and
But I think that this would be more than just just the appeals. This would be, like, what happened in the process, where is the process? What is that modeling look like? Where, you know, when the cards are done, let's have it modeled. Do we recommend that we hire a formal process for the modeling? Because we can change it we can fix things for next year, although some people will say, you know, throw it out now. You can fix it for next year with certain things, or maybe you can't. But we need to get this so that it's straightened out, to have a meeting, you know, with Matt, because when I talked to him, I learned a whole lot of things about what happened. We have to look at the assessor's office, probably authorize to be able to hire an assessor that has some formal training, certified with the process. Now I know Josh has been talking about finding a way to increase the salary. I think we have to formally do that. And I think if we just keep letting pieces go, because we've been sort of doing that, and I'd like to just make it more formal.
I'll volunteer to
Well,
help
I mean, I'm
out.
just trying to get agreement
Yeah,
first before
I would.
volunteers.
I think we definitely need to get the information filed with the state to make sure that they did not take any shortcuts or misassumptions.
We won't know that until we have the modeler look at it.
Right.
Look at the data, and we need to have somebody to be able to get and look at the data with all that, so.
If I may say, though, just for clarity's sake, the state of Connecticut does have a series of metrics that any revaluation has to meet in order to be accepted. They have reviewed our numbers already and have accepted them as meeting the standards, the correct standards under state law. So yes, you're right, there's more that can be looked at, but from a mathematical perspective, as Matt said tonight, the revaluation was done correctly and has already been accepted by the state.
Right, but maybe that's what this formal committee does. Maybe the formal committee comes out and says that it was done, everything's proper.
Yep.
Because right now, everything's left in limbo. Everything's left hanging out there, right? Without a formal process and a formal group to say, we looked at this, you know, we investigated that, we investigated this is what it came out to be. Here's some outliers, here's how things worked out. This is how all the, you know, the appeals came out. Because, as I've said before, what about the people that don't have the wherewithal to go and get checked, or kind of got left out of it? I think that it'd be good to say, yeah, it was good, or no, we need to make these improvements, or we need to make that improvement, because this thing started, it didn't start yesterday, it didn't start this summer. This stuff all started way over, you know, like a year and a half ago that the process started, and we know, I mean, I know what happened, you know, I mean, you could see the switching companies. So if you have a formal process and you say the next time let's have the same company 2 times in a row, or let's have this, or let's have that. I think there just needs to make sure that we have looked at it all, so that whoever's sitting in the next time it happens, and you know, it may not be any of us, may not be you, but you know, this is what happened, and how should we move forward, you know, in this process, because it's, I think it's like, well, I live in the high rent district. I know what happened.
I'm an outlier.
You're an outlier.
Won't this group come back to the board with a report, or you make it public?
Yeah. I
And
think
what,
there should be a report on it.
do you propose a time frame for doing this? 30 days, 15 days?
Oh, not 15.
60?
Oh my God, no.
Well, I know. Josh, why don't you reach out to Matt and see his availability? And then we can work off of that. Would you put Matt on this committee?
Huh?
Would you put an
No, I don't think we put him on the committee. I think the committee of us, of the selectmen, because we're responsible for this, takes a look at how we're gonna make sure that the next assessor we get has enough money to attract a quality candidate. Because that's gonna take some movement of monies. It's not just like, oh, here it is, because it's not good enough right now. So how are we gonna make that work? What are we gonna look at, like, you know, in terms of how, you know, the numbers went to the state, were there through the appeal process? What did we find during the appeal process? What are the reports that came from the appeal process? You know, the ones that were given, the ones that weren't, what were the underlying issues? I mean, we're gonna learn a whole lot this week, I can tell you that, because I've seen some of the data now. And I think it's just important to make it formal and just make it, you know, it doesn't have to, you know, be like a, you know, 100-page report, but I think we need to say, this is, you know, where things happened, you know, we had a change of assessors when we were in the middle and midst of this process. There were process pieces that happened during the summer and during the fall with even just the communication pieces of some things
Yeah, I hear it.
on it.
I hear it.
And so I think it just needs to be looked at, taken at whatever the numbers come out to be. I mean, whatever the data shows us that happened. I mean, because, I mean, does anybody here think you have full confidence in what happened with the assessments?
Well, I just don't think there was any, in my case, there's no land sales, so that impacts me. And I don't think 1 year is enough of a time frame. I think at least 2, but
So
I don't
think-
know what's,
yeah,
I don't
think
know
there's
what's
enough to
allowed
look
or
at.
not, you know?
I think there's enough to look at, and it's gonna be, as we gather the information, it'll be after the appeal process granted, but at least we'll be able to, you know, look at things going forward.
Sounds like a logical step to make sure we're getting all the information. How many people do you want on that? You're gonna be on it.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many people we want on it, I just want to, because we're not making a motion right now or anything like that, I just want to form one, and I want to make it formal, so that Josh and a couple people have a conversation with Matt, and that we could that others can understand this modeling, and what the modeling does, and the mathematical things that valuation companies do. And then just apply it, and wherever it goes, it goes. I mean, maybe it goes nowhere. You know, maybe everything's like perfect. Maybe it's just fine the way it is.
I'll sit with you.
Other comments?
Good idea.
Okay, Josh, look into setting up some times. Item,
Well, one other thing. Selectmen's comments? We have 2 more scheduled meetings. I've forgotten the dates, but I would suggest that we announce at least one of those meetings, again, as more than just a citizens' comments during the middle of the meeting, but maybe have a public discussion about the budget. So so we can gather more information, insight. And I would suggest that we use the same quality of time on our next meeting, which is April 3rd, to set aside in the April 3rd meeting a public hearing on the budget at that point. Yeah, people came here tonight, but as we said, this was just the first time it was out. And if we are all going to act on it, and I think we've had a conversation that we perhaps should, among us, have another discussion about it before we go public. We have a special meeting with us, but I'd like to see the April 3rd meeting have a section in it that says public hearing on the budget.
But will we have made any decisions by then?
Say again?
Will we have made any decisions by
No,
then?
we have made no decisions at that point.
Then how is anybody going to react to what we're thinking?
It's not our budget.
Yeah, perhaps the April 17th date might be the better time to have a second public hearing. By then, you can present your thoughts, but you still have enough time later in the week that you
Fair
can
enough.
schedule an additional
Or maybe
meeting
the
if
one in
needed.
between, the week in between, and just have a special meeting.
That too.
That would be good, because we have to make some decisions and then let people react to those decisions. I'd like to hear the reaction to those decisions. If we decide to make some cuts, how we get response back from that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, and I'd even go for the special meeting on the 10th, in between our 2 meetings. Are we still proposing to meet between now and our April 3rd meeting to?
Josh is gonna try to get everybody's calendar.
You're gonna put that together?
Yep.
Yeah, so if we set up, what, the 10th as a special, one more special meeting on the budget? Because we need to get this passed, and we need to get it passed in a way that people understand where we're at. I think good presentation tonight. You made really good points about what we need to do as a town. I'd just like to hear some more.
Understood. Would it be useful to
Rather
have?
than just at citizens' comments during the middle of a meeting.
Understood. Would it be useful to have such a meeting be elsewhere outside of town hall to try and attract a different group of people, to try and reach a different part of the population? We did that with the infrastructure improvement plan and.
Yeah, I don't know. It fit people here.
Fair enough.
I don't know if we need to do a road. Well,
We
you-
won't
you
be,
were
we
s-
won't be in this room because planning and zoning will be here on the 10th. We'll have to be like in the,
Blue room or something.
Blue room.
Oh, maybe we shove them over there.
no, they need the microphones and recording system for things.
Yeah, this is their room too.
I got that. It was our room too. Yeah, maybe we need to have it at a different location then, so we can,
Or the blue room, what's wrong with the blue room?
where?
Blue room.
Can we fit enough people in there?
Many is
How
in
many
here.
do we have here?
That's probably true.
Any other selectmen's comments? Seeing none, can I have a motion to move to executive session to discuss possible sale of town-owned land and a discussion on the strategy and negotiations of contracts?
So moved.
Thank you, Jonathan. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Steve. All in favor?
Taking it down, manager.
Taking the town manager.
Thank you. I will keep my comments to under 5 minutes, I promise.
Thank you, sir.
How are we gonna carry this?
You don't have to worry about me. You never have to worry about that.
Well, you know, there's a guy here who quotes me on the street. Jeez. Misquotes me on the street.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Jack.
David's night. You gotta make that motion, Steve. Todd, you said 11, it's only 10. Where's your clock?
If we had somebody tall, we could have that at 11.
No, that is the correct time.
Ladder tomorrow.
Is that how it changes?
That's all.
Yeah, I think there's a little knob on the
You have
bottom.
to manually-
I'm gonna try right after this.
I think you have to
I don't
take it
want
off
while the
wall,
camera. Oh, really?
I think.
Oh.
You know, it isn't the correct time. Look, you were caught. Someone get.
Oh. Glenn didn't believe me when I said 5 minutes.
Robert's
Longer than
rule
that.
says 3 minutes, and that's what we go by.
Oh, no. No, after a meeting like this, it'll be about 2 o'clock. Todd goes home.
That's
to
been in
work.
there for a while, Blue Room. Maybe we moved it in here for Mark Douglas's retirement, and we haven't moved it back yet.
Yeah, a meeting like this, I go home and I gotta have some scotch or something. So I can't, that hurts my stomach.
We're still recording.
We're still live, folks. This is small type, this is the startings of a list. The top part, what I would recommend first, and if you really feel, then that will get us to the mill rate. If you do want, if you want to go beyond that, it's, you have a menu of options.
I'll make a list.
I'll share this list with you too. Todd and I were texting about it earlier. Oh, I appreciate even what you've said already, that, yeah, that's similar in line with what I'm thinking.
It still allows you to have what you want, but it's not right now.
Yep. We are back from executive session. It is 10:57 PM. We are taking no action. Steve?
And with that, I will move that we close the meeting.
Is there a
Second.
Thank you, Jonathan. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.